Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, my fellow YouTubers and Twitter users and Instagramians. Welcome. I used to say Worlodians and Facebookians, but I don't have Facebook, so I don't care. I started out with MySpace a long time ago. By the way, Chloe had my brush hidden, so I finally cleaned it so you can see how clean it is. Pee Wee, of course, would probably couldn't believe it, and it's still got all the holes and stuff. Chloe was also bitching about how it's got all the little pink heads still on it and stuff, because I got my first one Pee Wee gave me. I used so much of it, the heads are popping off still. I'll still use it, but I like the fresh one. I know where to go and get these, so I buy one or two a year just to keep on hand, but Chloe keeps getting angry and breaking hers. Literally, it's not my job to replace everything. But anyways, we're not here to talk about Chloe. We're not here to basically sit here and complain about Chloe. We're here to talk about whatever it is I'm going to talk about this morning. So I got a couple announcements to make that might be of interest to beginning. Story time for you. Black Jesus, who wherever you are, hope you're doing fine. Please, a subscriber. That'd be cool. Anyways, Black Jesus was awesome the other day. Anyways, he said I'm a good storyteller, and gave me some confidence. But anyways, last night, right, I ate a steak. Now, you could say, oh yeah, brag about it, we're an economy that hurts. Well, I had a steak, okay? My steaks usually come out really good. But somehow, when I was looking at the steak, right, I defrosted it to cook it. It wasn't slimy, it didn't stink, it still smelled fresh. When I cooked it, it was different in all the different all the different all the different it tasted okay, but it had something strong to it. So I think part of the meat went bad or something. They say as long as your meat's not smelling, you can eat it, right? Well, this one didn't stink at all, but it had that weird flavor to it, like eating certain sections like the fat or the fat's always good. This stuff was just, I don't know what it is, but I'm gonna cook the other one up tonight. And Chloe's like, oh, I'll have a couple pieces to sample. The piece I gave Chloe she said, oh, Eureka, you know how to make, because I gave her a piece. I said, doesn't this taste funny? She said, no. She said, it could be your taste buds getting wonky. She said, you can have another version of the coronavirus. Well, I didn't have diarrhea or anything, so that tells you right there it's not foodborne bacteria because rotten beef. So, anyways, I had dinner last night, and then I'm sitting there trying to watch something, right? Chloe's getting really pissy with me, right? She's like, oh my gosh, fine, come get it. And I finally said, look, didn't you say to everyone that you're leaving? Oh, well, I said, I'm done giving chances. I literally told Chloe I'm done giving chances. And her eyes were like, I'm like, no, I'm done. And the reason for it is I explained clearly last night. I said, look, you basically did some stuff that's damaging, too damaging, you know. Now, sometimes people sit there and say, well, it's okay. It's not okay. It's not okay. I mean, this is how Chloe is, okay? Chloe turned around and she turned around and she looked at me, and you could read her eyes. Her eyes were telling the story, right? Her eyes were like, why? And I said, look, you turned around and you literally went ahead and you verbally assaulted someone who could or could not be transgendered. I don't know them, so I can't say, oh, you're a man or you're a woman or you're trans or you're a freak or whatever. My own opinion. If I turned and told Chloe's ex-roommate's friend that he or she's not trans and they're just a loving freak, that's cool. I'll say loving freak, but my opinion is I don't know him, so I can't give any titles. But, my point is Chloe's eyes were like, and I'm like, no, I'm not tolerating it. I mean, she literally basically was punishing and yelling at me and admitting she was punishing me. I'm not tolerating this. I asked her to leave. There's only one option left to do, and I'm hoping I don't have to come down to that option because I don't want to do it. But I will because I'm getting ready to basically say enough's enough. I mean, look, we have enough evidence out there between her hitting her head to threatening the lives of people that she doesn't even know, to someone she does semi know, who somewhat knows as, you know. I mean, think of it that way. I mean, so last night she's sitting there and she's got all these plans, right? She thinks everything's good. She thinks everything's good and all is normal. It's not normal. That's the thing. I don't want it to be normal. I don't plan to have it normal. I want her out. If I have to use one course of action to do it, which is the RO, I might have to. That's the only option because I'm not going to harm her. I'm not going to hurt her. I'm not going to do anything. I'm against violence, but I'm not going to have her turn around and threaten the lives of my advocates because she's angry. I mean, look what she did. I tried to remind her last night. So look what you did. She says, "Oh, I emailed Tara and Paul and goes on and on and on and it's like." We're not talking about Paul. Um, we're not talking about Paul. We're not talking about Tara. We're talking about the advocate where she went literally, you know, on the phone and literally called them demanding to speak to Melissa or Ashley. Instead, she's getting, I was a witness, by the way, to it. She literally turns around and what she do? She literally attacks verbally saying, I'm going to be effing homeless. I need effing food. I'm short on effing food and I need an effing roof over my house, an effing room, whatever. I literally want Chloe gone. I don't care if they put her in a roach motel for 3 days while I go and get some. The thing is Chloe's basically being violent. And so to me, there's only one option. And then she says, I don't have a phone. They're like, why don't you have a phone? Well, let's see. Track phone won't let me pay the bill, so Chloe lost her service. Plus the fact that Chloe did something to her phone service anyways to keep her from freaking being punished for calling on her phone and screaming and yelling at people for threats. You know, you guys think it's all happy-go-lucky gravy until it's too late. So, anyways, I wanted to share that with you guys, that she literally, um, turned around and, you know, just angry, and then she turns around and says, "Oh well, I didn't mean to hurt voice my concern with, you know, whatever it was." So basically, I mean, she turns around, she's like, doesn't have any heart or soul towards that, and she thought I was talking about Tara and Paul. Instead it's, oh, I know I shouldn't have done that, but we're past the I'm going to jail scene, but I said to both of them, block her, and then move on. I mean, that's the only course of action. But at the same time, what does she do? She turned around and and then on top of that, she literally has a problem with other issues, literally. I mean, this morning I woke up, right? And I got to tell you this, Chloe's minding her own business, and she last night she comes to me and she said, "Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't, I'm sorry I bothered you, right?" But I had to watch, right? I was like, "Watch what?" I was watching some documentary that one of my husband's favorite YouTubers that he likes. She's a mortuary. She handles like her own funeral home, and yeah, she's awesome. She's awesome. So last night I'm sitting there, right, falling asleep so much that I actually had my spit cup like this and drip juice went onto my clothes, so I had to change my clothes. I mean, literally pants and clothes. And Chloe's looking at it like, this ain't good. And I'm like, no, it isn't. My main thing is you got to wash these things. But I enjoy my jammies. Instead, I slept in pants last night and a shirt. So but still, it was an interesting concept. But at the same time, my point being is I woke up this morning. I mean, literally, I'm just trying to get my hair straightened. That's what this is a wet, dry hair straightener and detangler. Wish I had one of these when I got out of the hospital. I had so many mats in it, they wouldn't even let me. I mean, it literally took me like weeks to get my hair detangled. And then people said, oh, you must have had surgery. That's the only reason why you let your hair go. They wouldn't let me wash my hair when I did get a shower, and I must have drained the entire water tank for the entire building. I just did not want to get out of that hot water. And the first time you're sitting there, right, healing, I'm telling you, it's an interesting feeling when you're sitting down below, and you're just down below and you're like, oh yeah. And you're looking there and it's still raw as hamburger, but you're looking there and and they're like, be gentle down there, because of surgery. And they're like, okay. But anyway, so Chloe basically was thinking, for the long term, um, she was thinking about um, how she angered um, her friends. She didn't think about the incident where I was talking about. Good morning, Mark. She wasn't thinking about the incident where I was talking about how she literally called up Melissa's office and was starting to yell at Carmen, the caretaker, the receptionist. How are you doing, Mark? And yelling literally at Carmen. I'm gonna be effing homeless. I need effing help. Someone effing help me. I mean, she was just dropping f bombs, so Carmen hung up. Then she started panicking that she was going to go to jail for dropping F bombs with a resource group. It's like a social thing. And I'm sitting there looking at Chloe Thursday, I think it was. And I say to Chloe, and I know Mark's probably sitting here laughing. Might have been Friday. No, it was Thursday. It might have been Friday. Anyways, no, it was Thursday. because it was Thursday because I didn't tell Dad the story till Friday. So, anyways, it goes like this. Chloe's sitting there and she's all mad. And I said, "Would you like a breath mint?" That's my code word for you fucked up. Would you like Then I turned to Chloe and said, "You better call and fix it." She doesn't have an advocate. No one wants to deal with her, Mark. I will be right back momentarily. Might be a minute or two. I will need the restroom real quick. Coffee helps, whatever. But anyways, I'm having my morning coffee, Mark. I will look up the information on my tablet device. She has no advocate, and the reason for it is because no one will let her. She throws them away faster than she gets them. I mean, it's a bathroom, a quick run to the bathroom. Well, let me put it to you this way, Mark. The advocates that she asks for help. The advocates are willing to help, and then she turns around and tells the advocate to fuck off when the help that the advocate wants to offer is not what she wants. Chloe wants to make the rules. I'll explain it to you in the text in there. Okay, peeps, I am back. Welcome back to Rita. I'm glad Mark is here. Mark's an awesome moderator, by the way. Welcome, Mark. Again, welcome. So I had to pinch a Duke, okay, or smaller Dukes. There's a problem with my stomach. People sit there and they say to me, Rita, what's wrong with your stomach? Well, problem is this. Sometimes I have diarrhea. Sometimes I have diarrhea. Sometimes I have firm, solid logs that literally rip my bunghole into uh, cork mode, which means when you're pushing, you basically end up with blood and everything else because of hemorrhoids, which, too much info. But this is my channel, so I'm telling you what's wrong with me physically. If there's any doctors out there watching this, listen carefully to, maybe some. So I get mild stomach pain at times. Some say it's food poisoning, others say it's other things. But anyways, I was sitting on the shitter the other day, right? The other day, and I eat cheese, okay? So this is what happened, okay? So I eat ramen, and apparently when I eat the ramen, I ate like 3 days worth of ramen, right? And I kept going to the toilet, right? So I'd be sitting there, right? And on the toilet, I'd be sitting there and I'd be like, oh, it might be a large solid log, which it was, but one large solid one, and everything else is like this, filling up the bottom of the toilet, like little two logs like this. And I mean, literally, look at the toilets and they're various shapes. It's like poop shavings, like you have a beauty bark. Well, it's like at very different shapes and sizes of beauty bark, but sort of it stacks up, stacks up, stacks up, stacks up. And you look in there, and instead, it's like whatever the ramen's doing or whatever my stomach's doing or whatever the stuff I'm pooping is literally filling up the bottom of where the hole is. So you look down the hole. You know how you poop, right? And you're sitting there and you're like, I'll do Mark. All of a sudden, it hears plop into the toilet, right? And it floats. This stuff, whatever I'm doing, when I push, literally ends up right in the hole. Just fills the hole completely up. And you look down there because I always make sure I have because of my irritable bowel syndrome. I look down there and I look, and it's like a whole bunch of pellets and little rocks, so rock-shaped poos filling up the inside of the toilet. Like it's all of it sinking to the bottom. It's not literally floating like it usually does. The floaters are funny. Has anyone ever heard the joke about the floater? So he turns around the other day, right? And the old joke goes like this. So John Wayne goes into a hotel room and he wants to rent the room. They said the only room we have is a haunted room. There's like multiple versions. So he's sitting there that night, and someone says, "Hurry up, men! Hurry up, men! Uh, keep running, keep running, keep running, or we're gonna, uh, or we're gonna tip over and drown." You know. So eventually he keeps hearing this night after night. So finally goes into the bathroom to try to locate it. He looks in the toilet and there's little ants on a log talking to the other ants as the ants are trying to do this in circles so they don't drown from it. So he's like, they're, basically, and he's looking in there and it's like, we realize it ain't a talking shit, it's an ant, and all he does is flushes it, no haunted room after that, but it was, so I was helping this guy out the other day, right? And he turned around and someone messaged me about fly fishing. They said, cheese is good. Cheese is good. Haha, very funny. Cheese is not good, man. I mean, literally. So last night, right? I'm like this. I'm watching a TV show. I got to share with you, right? On my TV, right? I'm watching a television show. And I'm like this, right? I'm watching it like this, right? And this is me. This is literally me last night. I was watching, right? I had dinner, and Chloe was like being a douchebag. The steak kind of tasted funny. Yes, I had steak, Mark. I think it was semi-rotted. That's why, it tasted funny. I've never had something that, I'm going to check something. I always Google things. Tasted semi-funny. So I had this steak last night, right? And it tasted like a steak for the most part, but there was a couple areas where it didn't taste right. So I was like, but I cooked it anyways. I mean, there was a lot of red meat in there, but there was a couple areas where there wasn't gray, it was like brown. So I flipped it over, right? So I opened up the package and it was all red on one side. I flipped over the other side and it was brown. So I cooked the side with the brown. But I was like, like, and I froze them. As soon as Chloe bought the meat, we froze it. So last night I went into this freezer. I left the other steaks in there. And I went in there, right? Chloe's like, okay, I'm going hungry, I'm going hungry. So, anyways, so what did I do? That's right, I'll show you what I did. I decided to defrost, or plan to defrost this corned beef. I forgot we had it, so I'm gonna cook that. Mark's like, oh yeah, and then I took this, the ham. Well, that wasn't all I did, right? So I moved some turkeys around in the freezer. I have like 4 turkeys in there after cross-checking. Anyways, I told Chloe the other day that I'm cooking this possibly tomorrow. This one is still frozen, as you can see. So, best course of action is to defrost this once I have the room in the fridge. So, anyways, I'm doing a ham, because I have to, because we're running low. And, trying to feed that son of a bitch is like trying to feed a fucking, they never paid for the ham, anyways, but what do you think, Mark? I think I should do a ham or corned beef. Anyway, so I got one frozen ham in the freezer, one defrosting in the refrigerator. And then I was gonna make ham up for my food because we're running low on food supplies. And yeah, Chloe doesn't give two shits about anyone but herself, which is typical. I mean, literally, she goes around, right, and yells and screams and yells and screams and yells and screams about her. Um, like the other day, she's like, "Oh, I shouldn't have done that. I shouldn't have attacked Tara and Paul, right?" And yet, hold on, and yet, Mark turns around the next day and literally calls up the advocate's office demanding to speak to Ashley and Melissa and gets Carmen. Carmen's the secretary, okay? How would you feel if Carmen answered and Chloe's verbally using the F bomb every two words? I'm going to be effing homeless. I need effing help. I need effing food. I demand effing help. I need effing food. I need effing room over my place. Rita effing kicked me out. I need. Literally, this is and the manager tells me to be civil, right? How can you be civil with the son of a bitch, Mark, if, I'm going to check something real quick, just out of curiosity. Mark's always asking, what can we do, StreamYard? How about we do StreamYard? Yeah, I said StreamYard. Damn fucking stupid ass cunt thing. Okay. Learn more. So apparently, see, this is the thing. It won't let me review anything, right? It won't let me. Oh yeah, it tells me until the second. I think I have an email to that effect, but it won't let me. Won't let me set up unless I have a second email, and then I can link my email up to. It's like they're basically punishing people. So, the thing I'm trying to tell you guys is she turns around, and she basically drops the F bombs. Now, you know me, I'm not going to sit there and say, oh, well, that old be the world. My thing is, she literally dropped the F bomb, right? And another thing, okay? And another thing, all right? She's dropped the F bomb. Yeah, sorry, brother Mark. I tried to look up the info for the whatchamacallit, my brother, the StreamYard for you. We only got till the second, which means we got till what, Thursday? So Thursday it gets reset. So Friday I could just pay $25 if you wish, or I can start billing anyone who wants to be on StreamYard with me, and I can do it that way. What do you think, Mark? Early morning sessions with Mark. I could schedule that. That wouldn't be too bad, actually. What do you make of it, Mark, huh? Early morning with Mark, scheduled time so we don't cut the bandwidth off. Or, I'll pay. That might just work. So basically, that's an idea. That's a great idea. Each one has a set slot. For example, Mark in the mornings, Chris maybe in the evenings. Higgins, he's a chicken. I love Higgins dearly. He's a brother. Me and him, we get along just fine on the phone, but he's very shy. I think it's because, I think he's afraid people will discriminate, or maybe he's got gray hair, he's bald, and he's a chubster like my husband. Whatever it is, I know it's a fear, but you know what? It's fine and dandy, But that would be a great idea, Mark in the mornings. Mark emails me. He's gonna remember to email me, and I can set up a data plan, and then I will buy me a planner, which someone would gift me a data planner, like a monthly 18-month planner, and I can schedule in. Mark and I can schedule in the days he wants to do StreamYards in the morning or in the evening or whatever times he has, make a plan. And then Chris can have his again, when he wants it. So it's just me and Chris. But I'm going to have to make some rules if I'm doing StreamYard because, frankly, I don't want to hear things like, um, things about pot. Me and Mark, we never talk about pot. So Mark knows that, I don't like talking about pot. We're here to have a conversation about whatever floats Mark's mind. Mark sits there and says, well, what do you think of the Johnny Depp Amber turd case with everyone's nicknaming her turd. I'd be like, you know what? I mean, Mark can also send me an email saying this is what he's thinking about topic wise. Literally, we have to have a subject to talk about, you know, and that's something I was toying with. Hell, I was toying with working on my forum that I'm with, you know, about an idea for starter beginner fly rods. You got to start somewhere if you're fly fishing, right? So, or uh, other things, you know. Anyways, back to my thoughts, right? So, anyways, Mark, I don't know if you missed the show, so let me just tell you what happened, okay? So last night I'm like this, I'm watching TV, right? I'm like this. And as I'm watching TV, I'm like this, leaning like the Leaning Tower of Ritza. Yeah, you know my name's Rita, so I just changed it to Ritza. I'm leaning, right? And as I'm leaning, I spilled this all over me. Yeah, so you know that's what I wanted to share with you. If you didn't hear me, I know I was hoping to get your opinion on that. You know, see, me and Mark were like extended family, so you know he's earned the right to have the wrench. And there's a lot of people out there like Mark and Pee Wee and Chris that's earned the wrench, whereas there's others that had the wrench and they abused it, or they were against me directly and they lost the wrench. Now there's only one person in the entire group that will never lose their wrench, apparently, and that's Chloe for, you know, sleeping as usual, Mark. But anyways, the point is Chloe basically, as you know, you asked about Chloe's advocate. She doesn't have one, you know, and I wanted to explain that to you. Because, you know, the point is she doesn't have she doesn't have one. So basically, this morning, this guy was sitting there complaining about fly rods. He's new to the flying industry and he needs something to fish with. So I gave it, you know, my best. You know, I still got some research to do on a couple other things, but I did pretty damn good, you know. Of course, the website took too damn long to load. I think I got to clear out my web browser and get that clear, you know. So, anyways, what I wanted to share with Mark, okay, was Mark said, "Where's Chloe sleeping?" So, anyway, it says it's 1 to 3 days before I feel any symptoms. If there is severe food poisoning, you know, if that state was tainted, we'll know. But you know, it's been what 12 hours, and I still haven't had anything. But anyways, I spilled my stuff last night. I cleaned myself up thoroughly, and I went to bed. And then I went to bed. Right. I got up this morning, and I had to re-hit my video, and I fell asleep again. I was tired. Right. I must have been laying on my bed for like, you know, maybe 5 minutes, you know, and, you know, yeah, everyone knows I have a husband that died. You know, Mark knows it. If any of you saw my husband, you'd love his sense of humor. So what happened? I turned around and I was upset that I woke up and, you know, they say, you know, when spirits are visiting you. Well, my husband was next to me going, "Did you have any dreams?" "No, I don't remember." I mean, literally, I was in one of those things where I was in a giant black hole last night. Literally a black hole. Usually I sit there, you know, and I'm like, oh yeah, I need to do this. But my point being last night is I literally, you know, went for Mark's reply. You know, I literally spilled dip juice on me. Oh. Oh, okay, he said paired. All right, so this guy is basically talking about how he spent his money. Hold on a sec. me put it to you this way, Mark. I'm glad Mark's with me because Mark is, I'd like to get Mark's opinion on a few things. So, Chloe last night, before I went to sleep, was arguing with me about um, how bad the week is, right? Well, I'm sorry to say, but I told her outright she's got too many fucking triggers, okay? I'll use the F bomb there. Too many fucking triggers and not enough, and then demands everyone to fucking cater to her. Sorry, but we're not a fucking slave to the son of a bitch. Son of a bitch doesn't like the word no, they can go fuck off. The son of a bitch doesn't like something we say, they can go fuck off. Freedom of speech. The bottom line, we're not their fucking babysitters. Unfortunately, with Chloe, on the other hand, is a different story. So I turned and told Chloe to get the fuck out, literally the other day. And that triggered her. But the thing is I told her to get the fuck out due to the fact that I'm not going to be fucking violently abused. I mean, when she picks a weapon up, that's where I basically have to do something. But if she sits there and she doesn't use weapons, she makes threats against people, there's not much I can do because the sheriff basically doesn't care. The police don't care. What they care about is Chloe literally doing something. I mean, literally, if my advocates ended up dead tomorrow or the next day because of it, and they investigate and found Chloe did it, then they'd basically be wondering why no one fucking warned them. But until then, so you say, where's Chloe? She's sleeping again, as usual. I mean, literally. I told her that she's got 5 days to finish her cleaning project. 5. Soon as the inspection's over, she basically fucking flipped. Thinks she deserves her computer hard drive, which I'm not going to even fucking bother looking up until, you know. Which reminds me, I was going to, it literally fucking sucks. And, but yeah, I mean, what do you think, Mark? Could you work with me on the time frames and we'll work on subjects and stuff? Because, honestly, I'd like to have Mark on board, and this is a great idea because Mark's a great brother. I'd like to hear his opinion. The other thing is I think Mark's basically waiting to give his true opinion on the topics because it might be too hard to type or text on a phone. He uses a phone, so. But the point is it is what it is. Now this morning I need to check on a couple things. Mm-hmm. Economy's hurting big time with some. Alright, so I want to check this. Alright. Okay, so. So I've just looked over What you do is what I'm looking for real quick is there we go. Chloe's Corner? You mean have Chloe talk on the channel? No, thank you. I won't let Chloe talk about it. You mean you want actually a topic like discussing the issues that Chloe's. I mean, you got to make more specific sense to fill me in, you know? Well, what do you mean, like, that we talk about everything except Chloe or whatever? I mean, it doesn't make sense. Chloe Corner, Chloe's Corner. You mean like, make the topic about, set up things like, anyways, I was going to say something, but I can't remember. It was just, Chloe's Corner. Um, no, no, no. I don't want Chloe as the guest. No, thank you. Besides that, Chloe would not be good on the guest. I mean, it's my channel. She'd rather do other things anyways and basically be on my channel. Hmm. Who the heck are you? GG. What does GG stand for? Baseball? No, I haven't. What's going on? Baseball hasn't started, has it, Mark? I forgot all about it. I was reading the newspapers with baseball and stuff, but I haven't been following much about it. You know me, I'm a Phillies fan through and through. I'm a Phillies fan. Yeah, well, I did they ever figure out who won the Winston Cup or not the Winston Cup? That's a racing thing. Winston cigarettes. Oh man, that's been a long time. The Stanley Cup. I mean, did they ever figure out who won on the hockey mark? Good morning, GG. Could you explain to me who are you? You might be a subscriber. I mean, I know most of my followers, so you're new to the channel, so I thought I would introduce myself. I'm Rita, and last night's adventure was kind of funny. That's why my husband used to say, "Do not smoke a cigar before bed if you're that tired." Trust me. I can understand why. Anyways, Stanley Cup playoffs. I was looking at this. So basically, the Stanley Cup playoffs. It's Colorado leads 3-2. Hmm. And see, I'm hoping to see, what's going to happen to get to the playoffs. That's going to be awesome. I'm a hockey's fan. I don't smoke cigarettes, Mark. Never have. That's the thing. I smoke cigars. And I smoke a pipe. Fortunately, I need to get some pipe tobacco. Otherwise, I'd be outside walking, taking a walk, smoking pipe. Well, like I've never done a cigarette, so I don't know. I do pipe tobacco and I do cigars. Of course, Chloe took my whole 10-pound tub of tobacco and smoked it all. Damn freaking thief. Mm-hmm. That's one thing. Always looking for a new smoking pipe. Father's Day is coming up. That's something I want to bring up to you all. So I sit around, right? Mother's Day, Father's Day, whatever, right? And I literally have to look after Chloe. Literally, I look after Chloe. Mm-hmm. Well, Gigi, welcome. Since you're new, my perspective kind of probably will suck in your opinion, but dealing with someone borderline personality, is not easy. But anywho, we're not here to degrade Chloe or anything. Chloe's always here talking shit about me. Blah, blah, blah. Well, I'm not really talking shit about her. I'm just telling you, I walk on eggshells. So, anyways, I was looking for a new smoking pipe the other day. Mark's probably sitting there, cool. Yeah, well, I'm a pipe smoker. If you didn't know, my husband and I had this thing once. My husband was the most sweetest man in the world. And one time I was talking to my husband, and I said to my husband, you know, one time I was having a cigar, a walk with my husband, and I said to my husband that I was talking to hubby, and I said, tried the cigar one day, and he, being a sweetheart that he is, turned to me and he said, hon, you're beautiful, and I can sense in your eyes you prefer the pipe. That was one of the things that me and my husband, you know. So I was talking to my father-in-law the other day, and I said to my father-in-law, I said to my father-in-law, I said, you know what the problem is? And my father-in-law, being a sweetheart that he is, said to me, what? I said, I look after Chloe. I put up with Chloe's shit, the mental abuse, etc. And my dad said, yeah, well, I said, I look after her, I guide her, I try to teach her etiquette, and yet, always looking after her. Mother's Day, Father's Day, cook for her, etc. And Not once. Because, I have to make the phone calls for her doctor's appointments. I have to do everything. Chloe can't do anything for herself. And then she misses the doctor's appointments. And so I was telling um my father-in-law, jokingly of course, that um someone should be um gifting me things for all the shit I put through. I mean, literally, Chloe's always nagging me to go outside, and it's like, why? No pipe tobacco. And I don't mind going out there. I just wouldn't mind, a you know, um, and she, you know, now you could say, oh, you don't need this or you don't need that, but thing is to me, I'm a pipe smoker. And for example, I said, she keeps nagging me to go outside. Dad said, well, why don't you? I said I would, but no pipe tobacco. She can get on one island. She can just go over there. They also have a restaurant over there she wants to try, so she just go over and take a trip. Give me some time alone of the house. But I don't get any of those much except for once or twice a month, which goes Walmart or to. Otherwise, I'm at dealing with her. And then, the other problem I told her is she never listens. I tell her, think before you act, right? For example, for example, think before you act. Mark would even say think before you act. So would Chris, so would Pee Wee, so would Dan, so would most of my moderators. But Chloe, of course, she doesn't think. I mean, talking about that incident Thursday, right? I mean, literally, I told Chloe to quit freaking tearing me down. She either has to start paying up, owning up to her mistakes, and if she keeps treating me like crap, she's gonna have to start paying for it. Because she owes a lot of money anyways to me, anyways. And Chloe got combative and started tearing down and threatening advocates and threatening other people. And I said, knock that shit off. And she got mad. And I said, this is something you don't do, you know? And she was angry. And to me, I was like, knock that crap off. I mean, literally, she knows what I like, she knows what I dislike. And because of it, The problem is you can't treat people like garbage. I'll answer your comments in a minute. I'm just browsing something real quick. If anyone needs to know, I am a pipe smoker and I'm looking at apple shaped pipes. They look like apples, semi apple shapes, and I'm an apple smoker, so I like my pipes to be smooth instead of curved. I don't mind a curved pipe from time to time, a barrel pipe, etc. And, you know, one of the things that when me and my husband treated each other like crap, we always bought each other gifts, and once in a while we got cranky, but it's what it is, you know. I mean, Father's Days, Mother's Days, birthdays. I mean, I gave Chloe a birthday. I also told Chloe I'd pick up a whatchamacallit, uh, a hard drive if she finished her cleaning, and she's got 5 days to get it done. Said she gets mad, she goes in her room. Then she says, well, why don't you pay me? And it's like, you didn't finish your job. You got mad, went to your room. And you can't get mad, go to your room. And that's where it's pretty funny. You guys basically argue with me, but that's the thing. That she needs to learn to control that damn temper of hers. And she don't. All right, so there you go. Done and done. There we go. Menopause. Yeah, well, yeah, I can understand that. Menopause. Well, don't worry about it. It's Sunday morning. And I could be playing my Android game, but this morning, I thought it would be better to have coffee time with Rita, and discuss, you know, the whole thing with StreamYards, with Mark. Mark came on this morning. I don't see Mark that often. I don't do the afternoon editions because my spreadsheets are done. I still got like 41 to do, but um, we're on a holiday weekend. Which reminds me, my cousin Dinky didn't message me. That's the thing. I wish my cousin Dinky would have messaged me. You know. So but you know, we all need to relax. Me, I relax with TV, but the problem is there's so much TV you can watch. I mean, there's like what 3 shows I'm still working on. Otherwise, there's nothing. And to me, it's you know. And another thing is I relax with video games, but I've lost my motivation to my online game. My guild's not doing anything. I lost my motivation to to other things right now. I'm trying to get back into the mood. By the way, Boon Boon's cage was clean. That's why I got into the freezer last night. For some of you guys, the new ones like GG from Chicago, this is a bird cage, but there's no bird in it. Instead, let me show you what's in here. Yeah, you gotta be careful. They're tiny. See? This is what's in the bird cage. A Dutch dwarf rabbit. See? Hi, good morning. How are you doing, little fat boy? Huh? He's a boy. 3 years old. Hi. Hi. See, this was free. Oh, you got some stuff here. I didn't give you permission to go back into your cage. See? The Dutch dwarf. See? He's shedding. He always sheds. Hi. He's got a clean cage, full belly. I found out he likes to eat celery too, so we're starting to give him some celery. Hi. There you go. I have a service dog too. He's a Shih Tzu, so I had a banana this morning. Actually, it didn't taste good either. That's the other thing. Better check on my coffee supply too, because I'm running low on coffee. One of these days, I want to brew up a pot of tea. You know. But yeah, I mean, literally, what I'm trying to say is I'm trying to. Well, my opinion. There's a lot of opinions. Did anyone see that Supreme Court justice? He comes out, right, and I don't bring up politics that often because politics kind of upsets me, everyone. But he turned around and he said the only way we're going to get gun control is to abolish the Second Amendment. And yet at the same time, it upset me to no end. I was writing my letter to my aunt the other day, and my aunt the other day. There we go. So I just posted my thoughts. You know. But the point I'm making is you know is they're talking about abolishing the Second Amendment. Well, One of the things I was talking to my aunt in a letter, which I got to mail out this week. I'm hoping Tuesday through Friday I actually get a reply back to her so I can actually add her comments into the letters. My aunt wrote me recently, and one of the things she was talking about was that I'm a special kind of person due to the fact that I'm too old fashioned. I mean, I'm one of those. Now, let me show you how old fashioned I am, right? Mark's probably going to laugh at this, but you see this? You don't see these every day. Now, you can say, oh, this is just a typical watch. There's nothing special about it. Let me tell you what's typical about it, right? Whoops, I got to fix this again. My thing came undone yet again. I need to buy a new chain. All right, here we go. Is this. So it is on time. But here's the kicker. You see this? See what my hand's doing? It's got a train picture and it's Timex. This watch is 80 years old or so. Made in Taiwan, but you know what's so special about this? Doesn't require a battery. Yeah, no battery. Now that is old fashioned. The problem is each side is fighting. GG. Literally, they're fighting. One side's fighting for democracy, the other side's fighting for an autocracy. Now, the other day I was reading an article about autocracy, okay? There's a lot of information out there on autocracy. Now, what autocracy means is one world, either a one world government or every country has one leader that makes the rules, like Russia, China, South Korea, or North Korea, etc., right? And democracy is dead. Well, President Xi told Biden, congratulations, but you're not going to last long and your democracy ain't going to last long due to the fact that everyone wants autocracy. The reason we have the Second Amendment is keep the fuckers out so we don't have an autocracy. So we do have a Senate. So we do have a Congress. Unfortunately, if you look at the autocracies, for example, autocracies have been way back to the start of man. Look at Egypt. Egypt had underlings or overlords or seers that worked for the pharaoh, aka the king. Then you had others do the same. You had the Israelite kings. You had the what's that call it? The Palestinian kings. You had the kings of Cyprus and the Persian kings, the Chinese emperors, the Japanese emperors, all these emperors, right? And all these people. Look at Vietnam. Ho Chi Minh was one man. But Xi is saying that humankind would be better suited for communism, socialism, and an autocracy. Now, Chloe's mom said once to me recently on the phone that an autocracy is coming. I doubt it. Unless the Second Amendment's dissolved, quote unquote, there's people out there that will fight tooth and nail to keep our democracy. But the problem with democracy right now is it is divided. Okay, we got three branches of government, four if you count the other, and I'll explain. The president, he basically signs the laws. He's basically just a puppet or figurehead. The president goes overseas, right? You have the governors that run the states. And under the Constitution, you have the 9th and 10th Amendment, which gives the states the powers. But if the federal government makes a federal law, the states can challenge it, or the states can say, okay, it's federal law, we'll accept it. However, You got both Republican and Democrat. By the way, did you know in the 1860s to the 1900s, read your history, watch The Gilded Age on HBO, by the way, and it'll explain that the Republicans back then were the ones willing to help the homeless, the poor. But then they swapped. So now the Republicans are against handouts, bailouts, etc., and the Democrats are helping for the help. But back in the Gilded Age, the Democrats did not want to give a dime to help the people. They said they could get off their ass and work. So things went down the toilet, and the Gilded Age, So, I watch a lot of history. Look at the autocracy. The Senate controlled the Roman emperors until Julius Caesar came about, Gigi, and changed the power structure to one person. So the Senate was useless. Look at China. Look at China. Look at Russia. They have a Senate too, or their own assembly house. Fortunately, do you see the assembly house actually passing any? No, they listen to the people. They go to the president. The president says not going to happen. Won't work. It's like what's his name? I always get Boris Yeltsin. Yeltsin turned around and was Mikhail Gorbachev and Yeltsin had to deal with in Russia the split of the Soviet Union, right? Now you're like, okay, so what's that have to do with us? Well, Lithuania, Estonia, Latvia wanted their own governments. And the Russians said, oh, no, you still got to be Russian. You got to keep it under Russian control. Well, when the Soviet Union fell, and this happened overnight, by the way, no one remembers this. One morning they woke up, right? Let's just put it this way. Kyrgyzstan, Azerbaijan, Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan. Overnight, the Soviet Union fell. The Russians pulled out. And guess what happened? You can guess. No government. They had to start forming. One of the Stan countries actually is still fighting for who's controlling it, if you didn't know, because the Russians weren't doing it. Meanwhile, Estonia, Latvia, Moldova, Hungary, Czechoslovakia, East Germany, they all fell. We had an East and West Germany. We controlled West Germany. They controlled East Germany. Now, let me show you something history-wise. Now, it's faded, but we had a pair of these. These are so old that it's failed. You can't even barely see the etching. They've been washed, right? These were made in East Germany, by the way. Made in East Germany. You can't see it anymore, right? These little wine glasses, my uncle, when he was in Boeing, picked these up as a souvenir, a pair of these for my mom in East Germany. East Germany. There is no East Germany anymore. It's all Germany. When the wall came down, Germany reunited itself. Russia basically fell. There's some other things, I got a wine glass from actual Russia, 2 wine glasses from Russia. Russian wine glasses are smaller than their, but you get the idea, all right? So when it comes to history, look at China. China built the Great Wall of China so they can keep the Mongols out because they, quote unquote, didn't like how their cattle was going over, And Mongolia is a beautiful country, by the way. The Great Wall of China, kept them out. But when it comes to an autocracy, we have the rights to bear arms to continue to keep these dictator tyrants out. And you got people out there that say, "Oh, Donald Trump wants to be a one world, the U.S. leader forever, well, and his family, and they want to be an emperor, or empress, or kings, or queens, or whatever." The thing is that's not true. The problem is we see so much autocracy and dictatorships because of it. One man wants the entire power of the nation, of the country that they're representing. Look at Venezuela. They went down the shitter, which, by the way, one of my co-leaders, my guild, was Venezuelan. He won't message me. Look at look at Europe. Europe used to be under monarchies. There's like 5 countries right now, by the way, that have a monarchy, right? Only one that I know of that can actually dissolve parliament at a whim. Any royal, see, the thing I was watching the other day, right? I was watching a show, right, called The Royals. It's basically a parody of the monarchy in England. It's basically a spoof. The king wants to dissolve the monarchy because his family is a bunch of animals. The queen basically wants power. The son basically is a horny horn dog. His wife's a drug addict, and everything falls apart, right? Well, anyways, he's going to dissolve the monarchy, and he tells his oldest son, who dies supposedly in a plane accident in the Air Force. Well, the brother takes over, trying to learn the ways of it, and says, "Give me a chance." Well, in the end, the king dies. So it's all chaos, right? So the second oldest son has to take over under the line. Well, all of a sudden, the son was the supposed dead son was on an island. He had his chief of security for the royal family knows that this guy, quote unquote, was alive. And when he shows up unexpected, he's now going to be the next king. But because the queen did some double-handed dealings with the king's brother sits on the throne. And so the 2 twins, the boy and the girl, were considered illegitimate bastard children. Well, in the end, the brother of the king wants to get even with the nephew by fueling the nephew, basically turning around, and this guy comes king. The brother, the older one, becomes king. But he goes and decides to dissolve parliament. So I had to go look up the laws on dissolving parliament. And in the monarchy constitution, they can dissolve it. And he says, well, we're not going to have a parliament. We're going to have a round table where all my trusted rulers will have titles, and they will rule in my name in these regions, from Ireland to Wales to Scotland to England and Canada and Australia, New Zealand. He was going to basically get rid of the parliament, and then he wants to marry someone. Well, in the end of the show, they never really did season 5. They were going to do a coup, and this girl marries the king, and they say, now we pronounce you king and queen. And you got one guy who's the bodyguard to the young prince, who's getting ready to assassinate the king. You got the 3 other people ready to assassinate, and they left it hanging. It was like, did they assassinate him? Because they didn't show season 5. It was canceled. Thing is I thought the ending of the Royals spoof was so stupid that it wasn't even worth watching 4 seasons and getting to season 4 and finding out that, and to me it sucked. But, the monarchy in Europe, the monarchy of Denmark, Norway, Sweden, Finland, and England, or Great Britain, are all constitutional monarchs. Basically, they live off the government teat, and the parliament handles everything for them, except for certain things. Kate and Willie, that's what I call them, Willie and Kate. I like studying royalty. They literally turned around and literally said that by the time Kate and Willie's son is old enough to prepare for the line of kings, the monarchy might be dissolved because people want democracy. And yet, President Xi says, well, congratulations on making President Biden, but everyone wants an autocracy. I don't want an autocracy. I don't want one man basically telling you what you can and can't do. I mean, look what's happening in the world. Gigi said it herself, okay? There's divisions, You got three problems right now, right? You got the Republicans blaming the president of the United States for high fuel costs, okay, and food costs. Well, let's look at it. Let's break it down. I read newspapers every day. You know what the newspapers are saying? It's not the president's fault. The president turned around and did sanctions. The reason we had low gas prices is because we were buying Russia's oil. Now, you got to ask yourself a question here on this channel. And you guys could sit there and say, well, what's the question, Rita? What's the question, Rita? Tell us, Rita, what's the question? The question is, where the fuck did all our oil go that we had in this country? Did we sell it? Yeah, we did. We didn't think we needed it. We wanted to make money so we could basically lower our debt so we could spend more. Instead, now that Europe basically went into a sanctions with every other country, the only one that's getting the oil is China. China's sucking up everything that Russia's offering them because Russia's the only one that basically is getting money from China. And China's just sucking it up like a vacuum cleaner. Whereas us, we make our own oil, Texas. Did you know we have oil fields in Oklahoma? We have oil fields in Alaska. And yet, we, quote unquote, are suffering because of the high pricing, And then on top of that, why is food being so high? I'll tell you why. Because of three different reasons. One is during the coronavirus, everyone knows the meat packing plants, the packages, the slaughterhouses, the meat packaging plants was offline. When they did get back up and running, it's running at 30%. Because a lot of people don't want to go to work, and a lot of people think living off the government teat is more important than freaking working. No offense. Meanwhile, the Democrats are getting the blame. Oh, well, we're giving you all these handouts. Thing is basically the Republicans also agreed until the pandemic's over, we need to support some of these people. I mean, literally, the elderly are literally living Social Security check to Social Security check and getting extended food stamps. Look at Higgins. Moderator Higgins, Brother Higgins, only lives on food stamps. Every 6 months to a year, he's got to scrounge and do whatever he can to get his car insurance, fuel for his car, and pay his property taxes. Meanwhile, waiting for Social Security, which now tells him he's got 208 days left till his claims are approved or denied. That's almost 2/3 of a year. Tells you right there, Social Security's slow as shit. On top of that, he's already on 3 months in on his cash assistance that he's waiting while waiting for disability. They haven't paid him that. They take it out of the retro check anyways, but guess what? He's still waiting. And yet, quote unquote, they blame the Democrats. Oh, the Democrats are at fault, because of it. There's a lot of people that don't want to work. Let me put it this way. The other day, Higgins messaged me and told me he found a link. Anyone on disability can get free internet, or at least $30 off, give or take whatever your internet is at home or whatever. Me, $30 to me, my internet would be $35. But our internet company doesn't take that program, so we just pay the full price, $65. But you know what? For the price we're paying, I'm getting 1,000 megs download, 1,000 megs upload. I got the fastest internet. I don't basically complain. My internet's mine, and that's how it is. And I pay, full price. Whereas, other people get it. Free phones. I have a flip phone, for example. My phone's a flip phone. I went with the cheap one. Government's trying to force us to have smartphones. I use my ex smartphone as a tablet for games and email and stuff when I don't want to turn my computer on. It works. I've also was writing to my cousin saying I need to get a new tablet so I can play games on it. Part of my ideas for layaway. See, I send them money. They go and buy what I need at Christmas, birthdays. Then I have the stuff I need without hurting myself financially because I can't afford anything. People say, oh, you're living better than most people. No, I'm not. Thing is, when you got Chloe who has a spending problem, you're trying to teach Chloe not to run out of money. And then, we're living on, right now I'm stretching the last of the coffee out and the milk out. And we still got 5 days to go. 5 days. Can we make it? Yeah. As long as we don't run out of milk, and we run out of milk, I'll make up a batch of powdered milk. See? Emergency averted on milk. Of course, coffee tastes kind of semi-funny with powdered milk, but what can you expect? Now you're sitting there thinking, well, what about the other issues? Well, look at the Republicans, okay? Republicans are not going to budge on anything. Gun control, they can do common sense laws. They don't want to. They could sit there and say, oh, we got the House, we got the Senate this election, up yours Democrats. But everyone knows, and this is how stupid the country is, okay? No offense to Gigi, she's talking about menopause and stuff anyways, but she understands where I'm probably going with this. I hope she understands. She says, oh, your voice is relaxing and soothing. Is this, being a woman, the women will go out in fucking droves if Roe versus Wade's overturned. A lot of people will just go to other states to get the abortion. But the other reason they're worried about Roe versus Wade is that means they could turn around, right? Say Gigi's an African-American woman. And she's married to a white guy, right? They turn around and say your marriage is null and void because we don't accept interracial marriages. See? The Supreme Court could do that. They can turn around and say same-sex marriage is gone. Transgendered people, gone. Basically, you'll be back in the closet. Everything you do will be gone. They're going to take away the rights. And that's why we have the guns, to defend ourselves. Pretty much. That's how I see it. But you know what? People say, oh, well, it doesn't matter, really. So, the wedding I did for my adopted lesbian sisters, their marriage doesn't matter in your opinion because you think a man should be married to a woman only? No. I mean, literally. He's cute. And, the point is look at it. So Roe versus Wade will drive the Democrats, voters, to do that. But if you turn around and say something like, oh, we're going to take away your Social Security, we're going to take away your this and that, look at that guy running for Senate, right? His 13-page plan to tax everyone on disability. It doesn't matter if you're on disability, survivors, retirement, SSI. He wants to tax the shit out of everyone. Tax the shit out of you. Tax the shit out of your food stamps. Tax the shit out of your everything you buy. More on your stamp tax. Pay taxes to buy stamps. Tax on your internet. Tax on your food. Tax on your gas. Tax on your property. Tax on your rental house. Everything he wants to tax you so you have no fucking dime to live on. Pretty much. This is what you call a fucking tyrant that wants to tax the shit out of you. People need a fucking break. And being in a pandemic, we need the break. Then the other thing that the Republicans are basically pushing around is the Democrats are at fault for inflation. It's not the Democrats' fault. I can tell you exactly what the fuck happened with inflation. Civil war could happen of two reasons. If women get Roe versus Wade overturned, transgendered health care is overturned, transgendered rights, gay rights, same-sex marriages, and or interracial marriages and other things are dissolved, yeah, there could be civil war. And it could be on the horizon due to the fact of all these problems. But at the same time, it could be civil war for something simple like, for example, Gigi, if you follow Washington state law, they say everyone has to basically start driving electric cars by 2030. Why? If we get lower fucking gas prices, we wouldn't have to worry about it. But they want to make it law. The thing is this isn't fucking law. This is fucking not law. I mean, literally, they even want to fucking tax people in this state to fucking walk. You ride a trike, you get taxed for riding your trike. You walk 5 miles a day, they want fucking 10 cents for you to walk 5 miles a day because they want fucking money, greedy bastards. And this is where we're going with where our money is going down the shitter. You see where I'm going? They want like $20 a month that goes into a special account that you can walk along. And if you accumulate $20, they just go take the 20 out. And then they take out the next month. They say, oh, you need to add $25 to your card because you walked. I mean, literally, it's like they're trying to punish people for walking, trying to punish people for riding a bike or a trike or a scooter. Or if you're in a power wheelchair, they want to fucking charge you for the power wheelchair, put a little speedometer on. Oh, this person drove 30 miles 1 month or 600 miles. We need to charge them because, they're They're already the electric company's already charging to power that electric chair. So why, I mean, think of it that way. But to answer your question, there's more to it. If anyone wants to hear the reason for the recession or the stagflation, I'll gladly do it. The GOP is going to vote, but the thing is, no one knows who's going to run. That's the thing. Donald Trump wins. Americans are going to basically vote in droves again to keep him out. That's a known fact. But at the same time, right now, with everything going on and following the news articles, it could be crippling the country. And you could sit there and say, So apparently, the administrator decided to lock this this thread. Can you believe that? That's the thing. I was thinking about making a thread. But apparently, the administrator apparently locked it. So let me see. Can I actually look at his I don't know. You know. Well, apparently, I can't reply to that due to the fact that, the guy basically locked it. Can't believe that he locked it. I spent this morning while my coffee was being brewed, giving this guy some good ideas for fly rods. And yet, the administrator, which is a great guy, I've only had two of my own threads closed and locked due to the fact that we didn't see eye to eye. But, anyways, back to Gigi's questions. United Germany has been putting you on speaker. Got to go do the dishes at the condo. And smoke a bowl. Yeah, okay. I know what that means. But anyways, the bottom line is when it comes to the recession, okay, let me put it this way. 2 years ago plus, I was doing daily updates on stimulus. Everyone was like, oh, another stimulus coming, another 20, 30 stimulus videos. We're going to get 30, 40 stimulus checks, yada, yada, yada. And I said, no. First stimulus, people ran out, right? They were buying TVs, video game systems, cell phones, things that they didn't really need in this thing to keep the economy afloat, right? And then what happened? It stopped. People were like, oh, yeah, I got my new TV and everything, right? I, on the other hand, bought toilet paper, paper towels, body wash, shampoo, conditioner, dish soap. Right there. See where my finger's pointing? The little dishwasher. Canned goods, more canned goods, beans, raviolis, ramen, mac and cheese, skillet dishes, you name it, right? Everyone else was buying junk. Even Chloe bought food and toilet paper and laundry soap and dish soap and whatever else. So then what? Second stimulus came. People started buying other things, TVs, video games, laptops, desktops, but no food. No food. While people like me stockpiled food again. Inflation, they're like, oh, yeah. Then it stabilized the economy for a while. Then what happened? They were giving us extended food stamps. Food was buying, people are buying like crazy, saying, well, we got the extended food stamps. We don't need to worry about, electronics. And then the shipping delays in China started delaying things. People weren't getting fly rods, TVs, video games, etc. PS5s are still hard to get a hold of, by the way. What happened? All of a sudden, people were buying food like crazy, right? And the supply and demand went down. But the factories that make the canned goods, the dry goods, were running at 40%, whereas the meat packing plants was running at 30%. And because the pandemic was causing so much friction and problems, because the pandemic, people not working, that pigs were getting overweight, cows were getting overweight, and chickens were getting problematic. So they killed pigs. Then they slaughtered the pigs and raised the pig price up. So if you want bacon, you're paying more. Cows, same thing. So while you sit there and you say, "Oh yeah, I can't believe I paid $25 for uh, a T-bone and $12.50 for a pound of bacon," you see, same thing. They gave another stimulus. Chloe bought a laptop the third time around, but I bought all food stuff, right? Trying to ride this out. And you could say, "Oh yeah," and then I restocked everything that I needed food-wise. So I'd go and buy Walmart, Amazon, Target, etc. Toilet paper, bring it in. When you're running low, you buy a 6-month supply at a time, keep it stored away. You don't know what's going to happen in the future. Pee Wee and I warned everyone about it. Pee Wee, by the way, is my moderator. Pee Wee's husband's Dan, who's Fumblebum. He's my moderator. Chris, of course, one of my moderators, Chris, decided to buy a 2,500 feet per second air rifle. In this economy, someone with a freaking Glock or XD or 9 mil will do more damage to someone than someone with an air rifle. Trust me. So but he thought $400 air rifle would be more better investment than I mean, if you know what you're doing, you can use a crossbow to defend yourself. The thing is you got to be prepared. But anyway, so what happened? It started to cool down, right? Well, the companies realized that everyone's getting the grocery stores and the manufacturers of these grocery stores bringing in the canned goods, figured we can raise this to whatever prices we want. That would basically do two things. One is people would bitch about it, and either they would extend the food stamps, right? Extend it, giving more money for food stamps, which means people like Washington State Department of Health and Social Services, Twitter's accounts bitching about the fact that everyone's bitching about how they need 50 to 75% more food stamps for the cost raising. Well, the newspapers and the online newspapers and the online news media, the mainstream media, is basically saying that these people are basically raising prices because they can. They'll raise it, people will pay it. Problem is, the government's now stepping in saying, "No, you shouldn't be raising prices." Well, there's two reasons why they're doing it. Republicans think if they keep raising the prices higher and higher so everyone can't afford food, they'll go back to work and work 2 or 3 jobs to make it up to support the belly. Instead, it's dropping that. So what's happening? The stress is raising it. Meanwhile, the Treasury Department or the Federal Reserve keeps raising a half point at a time, hoping to stabilize the stock market and stabilize the recession. And hopefully by wintertime, they can get the prices back to normal where you don't go into your local grocery store like I do and end up paying $10.59 for a jar of mayonnaise, which, by the way, Pee Wee, moderator Pee Wee, sent me 3 jars of mayonnaise and 6 cans of soup. Soup's getting expensive here. I just finished up the last 3 cans of Pee Wee gave me, so I'm out. All I got is 3 cans, family-sized cans of Campbell's chicken noodle, and that's like $5.99 for a family size. Mind you, $5.99 here. That's why Pee Wee. Now I'm gonna go through Walmart for most of my purchases, but. Great. Well, at least I know what I was trying to get. $5.99 for this. Yeah. This is considered a meal by itself. Dinner, 1 meal. For me. That's it. Because of the food shortage, I've been stretching my food out as much as possible. Food Bank came out yesterday. Chloe went to Food Bank. They gave us some milk, skipped the butter, Another thing of pork chops. They don't have pork chops that often, so I got 2 pork chops. 1 pack of pork chops yesterday, so I got 2 packs. I can make pork chop dinner soon. I went into my freezer and I pulled out corned beef. Didn't know I had, so I have corned beef. I also pulled out and transferred to this freezer another ham. And then I took this ham here, that's the frosting, so I can actually cook that one. They gave half a gallon of milk, 2 cucumbers. I cut the cucumbers up, by the way, right here. Put them in Ziploc bags, they're easier. My steak dinner is right here. Leftover steak. Which reminds me, let me smell this. Okay, so it smells normal. Just want to make sure there's nothing wrong with it. And then they gave us 2 bunches of celery stalks. So I cut up a stick and give it to Evo. Then I took all the excess thing, instead of wasting the celery leaves, I give it to him to eat. He likes it. Then they gave us another dozen eggs. So that's basically what the food bank did. 2 cans of black beans, 2 cans of pears, a box of Cheerios, 2 cans of mushroom soup, and that's about it for the food bank. That's how hard we're falling on times. Chloe basically, and a pound of hamburger. She made hamburger. And they gave her like a pound of jalapenos. So that's it. Got to make it last. So, because of it, look around the big picture, it's hard. So the inflation's up. The Republicans are blaming the Democrats. The thing is they're trying to blame something for these big corporation assholes that are raising your pricing. And that's the truth of the matter. They're raising the prices to outreach, and that's what they're doing, Mm. Mm. Tons of LGBTQ. They better not cancel Pride this year. I live on an island, so I don't have Pride. Sorry to say. I live on an island where everything's brought into me. Basically, groceries, Walmart, Amazon, etc. Seattle does have Pride, but I'm on an island. So, frankly, as long as I'm on an island, and God has a reason for me being on this island. So, Yeah, well, it's $5.99 is just for the soup. It was like $3.99 for just a regular single can of soup. So soup's getting expensive too. People, and ramen's getting so out of hand. Oh, and the food bank did give us some bananas, so I had some bananas, and they gave us 6 oranges. So, and that was it. So basically, so that's what they gave us for this week. Just to say, and the thing is it's getting harder and harder. Last week they didn't even have pork chops. They thought they'd substitute with tofu. I'm not a tofu eater, but you get the idea, right? So inflation's going up. Republicans are blaming it. But the thing is, Republicans are pushing the companies to raise the prices out of hand so people go back to work. And if that doesn't work, then both House and Senate are still blue. They'll basically pass a bill and seats are lost by the Republicans because of Roe versus Wade. They will turn around and they will do 2 things. They will make gun control viable for common sense law. And 2 is they'll basically give more people food stamps. Now, I don't know if they should do another stimulus. People say, oh, we need another stimulus to help the economy. For who? Let's put it this way. As long as the food stamps are coming in every month for the people, the average Americans, they're not going to turn around, people, and buy food or extra food on their stimulus or pay their rental dues. They're going to buy, mind you, more computers, more TVs, more video game systems, laptops, desktops, phones. I mean, you got to prepare for the worst. That's the thing I was telling and Pee Wee's been telling you. You guys sit around and you guys waste money. Literally, you waste fucking money. Waste money. Whatever happened to waste not, want not? Hmm? Had my 4 cups of coffee, so I'm completely awake now. My Starbucks cup needs to be cleaned. It'll go in the dishwasher later, but my point is the point I'm making is look at the big picture here. We warned you. Pee Wee warned you. Dan warned you. I warned you. Don't waste money you don't need to waste. The economy is going down the shitter. People aren't buying much. Look at the lady on the food stamps at the welfare office on their own Twitter account or Facebook account. Can you give us 50 to 75% more? I used to get uh, for the entire month $650 in groceries, and then you're not giving us $250, and I can't make it last. Literally, these are the people that don't want to work. They want to go and basically make something on online, make an online comment about how they need fucking money or food or whatever else. Literally, that's the way they're asking. This lady literally was asking, and a lot of people are following suit saying we need more cost of living up on food. If it wasn't for the wealthy son of a bitch grocery store people that's raising the fucking prices and everyone else, we wouldn't be in this mess. Inflation would be low. But then they blame gas, right? Gas pricing, because we sold all our oil off and we didn't have a reserve, so we're paying for the price because of stupidity. Every president's to blame, and Republican and Democrat, for selling our oil. And because of it, look what happened. We are hurting. We're severely hurting to no end. And because of it, I don't drive. So people say, oh, aren't you worried about gas prices? No, I don't give a shit about gas prices. Aren't you worried about guns? No, not right now. Because people are literally struggling for food. Food. But a lot of these fuckers wouldn't be struggling so bad if they fucking invested in a freezer and food. Instead, they bought phones. Latest Samsung. Samsung got richer. Apple got richer. Computer companies got richer. Sony got richer. Nintendo got richer. Xbox, Microsoft got richer. But where's the rest? I'm going to use the restroom real quick. Where's the rest? Think about it. Everyone got richer. And now, supply and demand for items is low. 95% of shit is from China. China's backlog. There's 1 billion people under lockdown, which means they're trying to keep the coronavirus from spreading. So everyone's in lockdown. The factories aren't producing enough. And when they do get a container ship out, usually ends up in LA with not enough truck chassis to move it to the nearest train hub to deliver it to the warehouses along the rail trains, because we don't have enough truck chassis. Truck chassis are left all over the place. And the government doesn't come in. No offense, it's not the government's job. But let's just say, hypothetically, the government doesn't come in and provide the military or the truck chassis more chassis by having the military make more truck frames. Take the steel that's being used for aircraft carriers and turn them into truck chassis. The more truck chassis you have, the more containers you move. Literally, you can move, if you had, say, 1,000 truck chassis, you can move 1,000 containers a day. If you make 10,000 truck chassis in a month, you can move 10,000 containers a day and clear it up and still have excess of truck chassis. If you had 100,000 truck chassis, you can move 100,000 a day. Problem solved. But no, they can't part the steel to make the truck chassis. And no one knows what happened to the old truck chassis. Maybe they rusted out, wheels fell off, who knows. Hello, everyone. My name is Moppy. I'm a Shih Tzu. The economy is so hurting. Mommy is not buying any treats for me. Yeah, that's right. I'm a treatless dog. Treatless working service dog. I'm a working class dog. My real name is Skittles, like the candy. That's what Daddy named me. But I'm a large Shih Tzu. And I'm here to talk about I got no treats. Father's Day is coming up. I want to get Mommy Rita a present. She's like my father too since Daddy died. And wanted to get her a Mother's Day present, which, yeah, trying to figure out my finances too, you know. I'm always looking at my finances, kind of broke. You know how that is, broke person. And then her birthday's coming up, so I gotta get the present there too. So, anyways, I'm gonna let you guys go and let Mommy talk because, yeah, I have nothing to say and I want to sleep again. That lying dog sleep, yeah. So, this is my moment to say hello, everyone, to the noobs out there. Welcome to Coffee with Rita this morning. Yeah. I guess I am cheap. We all have to be cheap. That's the problem in this economy, Gigi. We have to be fucking cheap. We can't not be cheap. The country is hurting. If China we can't bring in our supplies and distribute it properly, the prices are going through the roof. People are ordered lazy boy chairs 2 years ago. They're still waiting because the lazy boy chairs, for example, are in China. No, I see how it is. You come to me to get a kiss and then you turn around. Bunnies are funny, you know, they're kind of skittish. But anyways, my point being is look around, I'm too old fashioned. I mean, literally, I don't address a lot of issues. A lot of people say, "Oh, I don't know anything," or "I'm full of crap," or whatever. But the thing is, you have to utilize what you have. You can't utilize something you don't have. I mean, let me tell you guys a story. The other night I was talking to a person here called Black Jesus. Great guy, by the way. I think he's a guy. Black Jesus said I ain't getting really good at storytelling. I do. I mean, let me put it to you this way. I see things. I hear things. I know things. As GG said, I'm very well versed in history. While people sit there and they ask me, "Oh, well, what type of stuff do you watch?" Documentaries. I watched a documentary in New York. I watched the documentaries on the Republicans and Democrats. I watched a documentary last night where I had my tobacco cup like this and I fell asleep by the Leaning Tower Riza. Instead of Rita, it's the Leaning Tower Riza. I just changed the name and spilled dip juice on me. I had to clean myself up. But you know what? I was watching a documentary on things about JFK. Everyone knows JFK was assassinated. Everyone knows that. And then 45 minutes after JFK died, apparently Lee Harvey Oswald died and Jack Ruby died. So you had like 3 people dying in a course of like 2 days that was connected to it. And they say Black Ops had their hand in it, CIA and NSA and FBI. The point being is everyone around, you know, yeah, but the point being is I watch documentaries. I educate myself. We're in a pandemic, okay? Now, a lot of you sit there and you say, "Oh, I'm cheap," like GG. Well, we have to be cheap, but at the same time, you got to ask yourself a few questions. For example, you guys want me to tell a story? I'll tell you a simple story. I was writing my aunt the other day in a letter, right? A letter. Literally, I write handwritten letters. For example, here's my pens. You see? These are my pens, except for these two. These two are pot pens. Which this one's got my favorite. How much oil do I got? I charge this up. Oh, I got plenty of oil in this. Maybe later tonight. Anyways, I use green pens And I use red pens. These are my pens I use for writing my letters. I had to go through them. And when my pens run out, I buy boxes of more pens. I use red pens and green pens. Green pens for my letters and red pens. I like Christmas. Somewhere around here. This is my Santa hat. I'll wear a Santa hat from time to time over there. But my point being is I'm too old-fashioned. I write letters, okay? You could say, oh, Rita, I actually write old-fashioned letters. I write everything by hand, page after page after page. I mail off large letters. So I was writing a letter to my aunt, which I haven't finished, by the way, because I'm waiting for her reply. Plus the fact that because, as Gigi says, I'm cheap. Well, think of it this way. Postage stamps going up 60 cents in July, okay? Forever stamps are fine. So what did I do? I literally had to basically stretch out my letters for 3 days. 3 to 4 days, make them huge, and then stick stamp on them, out the box they go. Making sure I have, making sure I get the 60 cents worth of letter. But I spent a couple hours total writing this letter out for my aunt and my cousin Dinky. Well, everyone knows Dinky doesn't reply back to me. Dinky's one of those that basically she'll get the letters, she'll read them, but she'll never reply to them. She's too busy. She's too important, apparently. I send her Christmas cards, birthday cards, Mother's Day cards, Father's Day cards. What happens? Nothing. And so, I was afraid my sister Dinky was the other day turned around, and she said something like, "Oh, you can write my mom, her mom." I sent her Dinky's mom a couple birthday cards because her birthday was up recently before Dinky's birthday. It was in April. No, it was in May. Sorry, May. So what happened? I was a smart ass and said, "Oh, well, I'd write your mom, but if she's like you, then I'll never get a reply back. So why waste post stamps?" Well, she said, "Oh, it's the thought that counts. Thoughts that counts." So I could spend $60 a year in postage stamps to mail letters out to my own cousin Dinky, and $60 to mail out to Dinky's mom, Nan, and I still don't get replies. My aunt, of course, at least is replying to me. So I got a plus there, but still. Point is I'm tired of wasting money on postage stamps. You guys can say, "Oh, I must be cheap." No, I'm basically thinking realism. I'm a realist. Anyways, back to the story, at hand. So I was writing my aunt a letter, and I said to her, "How do I maintain to get the stuff that I need?" Because when I run out of pens, I usually just go buy a box of each red and blue, ship them in from Amazon. But I said, how do I get my bed sheets? How do I get my blanket? How do I get my pillows and comforter? How do I balance everything out in an economy this way? That's the thing. People are cutting their corners. That's the moral of the story. You sit there and you see people sitting there like, I need a stimulus check. I mean, look, I was telling Chloe the other day, okay, I don't know what happened to Mark. Mark, you still with us, brother? I told the guys the other day, and Pee Wee was with me. I'm trying to teach Chloe the art of saving money. Chloe runs out of money by the first week of the month. Okay, $700, right? I run out like 2 weeks or 2.5 weeks in because Chloe's using my money. So $1,400. Where is it going? I finally had to basically put a stop to it all. That's one reason why I asked Chloe the other day to leave. She can't justify where the fucking money's going. Now, the other month, it was the month of like February to May. Okay, mind you, I'm telling on myself here. Between February and May, $150 a month was going out. Now you guys can sit there and say, "Oh, great, we'll put that there." Hold on a second. I gotta wipe the floor down. There's water there. I don't want to slip. See, I'm always looking after cleaning up my mess I make. Always with something. This time it's water. Poppy's bowl was there. Let me tell you what I was doing, okay? 150 to $200 a month. Could be high as 250, but I'm admitting it, okay? This month I haven't done any of it, but I'll admit it. Half gallons. 3 to 4 half gallons in a month. Usually 4 half gallons. So a weekly half gallon. So at the end of every night before bed, to cope with Chloe's verbal abuse, yelling, screaming, intimidation, harassment, basically domestic abuse without physical abuse. This was my vice, Jim Beam. But to save corners and cut costs, I decided this month to go on the wagon. Now, a lot of you say, oh, well, how come? Because it's not good. I thought maybe the alcohol was causing me trouble with my stomach, which reminds me, gotta take my med. This helps with my stomach. There. So basically, I was drinking excessively to cope with Chloe and Chloe's spending and Chloe's. I mean, literally, how does someone who's on disability bringing in $1,015 a month can spend $700? $700 and can't justify it. What are they buying? All I know is every time I see at the store, they run to their room with a bag of their own stuff. I think it's all candies, $3, $2 for a candy bar, $2 for a candy bar. So the candy bar is stacking up price. That's the only thing I can think of, hypothetically. But my point is I'm telling you, my money goes, and I tell Chloe literally, this is what we need. Don't tap into it. Beginning of the month, people say to me, how do you manage your money? I'll tell you. First of the month, I cut a check. Rent off the top. Next day, internet's taken out. My $5 lawyer fees paid out. Keep a lawyer on hand in case of financial or other issues. I always pay a $5 retaining fee. It was $40. Then every year it was cut down, like 40, then 35, then 30, then 25, then 20, then 15, then 10, and then now it's 5. So 5 is the last tier. So I went from 40 to 5, just in case I need help, right? For anything. If I need help with something, I call them up and I have a free consultation anytime. Usually they basically say there's people that call every other day worried about finances or worried about this or that or going to court. Me, I just basically call with the question like, oh yeah, here's my new card. Thank you, click. And they say it's people like me out of their like 25,000 followers, paid subscription, that no one literally complains. Because mostly I don't have any complaints, I follow the lawyer's advice and I stay out of trouble, Yeah, I have not seen Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse, but most empires fall at 200, but the Roman Empire fell, I think it was like 780 or something. The Roman Empire finally fell and it split into two empires, Eastern Rome and Western Rome. And eventually that failed, but, around the same time the Roman Empire fell, supposedly Islam started coming to rise to power. And then you had other empires fell too, the Ottoman Empire, the Chinese dynasties, etc. But the Chinese dynasties fell. When they did, you had the revelation of Mao Zedong in 1949, who basically, by the way, if anyone wants a history lesson on the revolution, the Chinese Revolution, go watch The Last Emperor. If no one knows, the last emperor died in the 70s, 1970s. He was a gardener. They basically put him in prison for 10 years, and he became a gardener. Chu Wei, I believe his name was actually a gardener. His British friend went back to Britain. His advisor, his British friend, his tutor. But Chu Wei was married 3 times, But yeah, I mean, if you didn't know that, he became a gardener, and other things, And so, Chu Wei tried to make a deal with Japan to keep his empire, the Manchurian Empire, Manchuria, or Manchukuo. Fortunately, they had drug lords and overlords and everything else, and then opium was taking over in China and controlling it. And, well, in the end, the last emperor failed. I mean, look at the movie The Emperor with Tommy Lee Jones doing it. It's basically, do we put the Emperor of Japan on trial? Did the Emperor of Japan know what he was doing? No, he didn't. Because it was his underlings that was doing the war and bombing Pearl Harbor. So you see all these things, the empires are failing, There, it's like 1707, I think it was, is when the British monarch went to a constitutional monarch. So they've been in business for almost 400 years. But other family houses royal houses were part of the royal house. Why do you think they have the House of Commons, which is average people, and the House of Lords, which is the House of Lords is people that have titles like the House Stuart, the House of Windsor, the House of Wyndham, whatever you call it, the House of Coburg, Gothicus, Gotia, the House of Czars. I mean, all these House of Lords are basically the upper houses of the upper echelon, and some of them will agree, some of them don't agree. But if you look at it from that point of view, you got to look at it. But yeah, I mean, when you look at how to survive, right? I've been trying to teach Chloe this is a pandemic. I mean, look, the news is already saying we're going to have, which reminds me, I haven't checked the newspaper. Well, last week it was 1,600 new cases. What I do is I go to our online newspaper once a week. It was supposed to be Friday, and we're going to look at the numbers. Last time was 1,600 new cases of coronavirus. This tells you how. Oh, yeah, and they did find meth in a, you know. All right, so it's saying. Oh, so they finally updated this. Can't believe that. Hmm. Nothing in the sheriff's blog. Okay, let me see. What the hell? So apparently this is not loading for some damn reason. Anyways, apparently it's saying so far we have 300 new cases. I ain't gonna bother with it. They're not gonna load up anyway, so. But anyways, my point being is, if you look at the big picture, you have all these things happening, right? And you got to utilize what you have. Literally, you buy what you need, and you don't buy anything more. And that's where I was telling my aunt, how do I do these things? Need new bed sheets. Do I just go buy bed sheets and say, there we go for the month? I mean, if you look at the entire big picture, we're hurting. Everyone's hurting. I mean, literally, people are cutting corners because the food stamps aren't supporting them fully. These people are complaining, they need more help. Thing is, you can either get a job or you can let the government after November give you extra help if they both control House and Senate. But the thing is here's how I would see it, okay? Now, I may be a dumb shit or a stupid moron, but if the Republicans are sitting there waiting to see if they're going to be overturned because Roe versus Wade, then they're going to wait until Roe versus Wade is either overturned or they sustain it and keep over Roe versus Wade on the books, right? Which would mean that would turn and let the women voters go vote Republican. But thing is, if they basically don't overturn it, it's law. It stays law. It stays effect, you know. And then what? If they do overturn it, the thing is the Supreme Court could be doing this to basically control the people by turning the people against Republicans by saying, look, you think our women's rights don't care, transgendered rights don't care, lesbian rights don't care, all this stuff doesn't care. Next thing you know, they're in droves, voting them all out. Meanwhile, they're not even talking about gun control because they know that won't pass. So, but at the same time, the Republicans can sit there and say, well, this is a trying time, and we could give you some extra help. And how about we increase your food stamps 500 a month at 250? They could do that. Guess what? That's $6,000 a year in food. The government's giving out too. Instead of stimulus checks, they can say, here you go, Or they're really worried the economy is pretty bad. They could turn around and make some type of agreement, right? Not just food. They could sit there and say, well, we're already giving you subsidized housing for some people. When there's programs to pay your rent, we're also doing electricity, we're doing internet, we're doing cell phones. You got everything you need. But then they can turn around and say, well, we'll give you food stamps. That would increase their voting block for the people that are suffering. Even if Roe versus Wade is overturned, they could probably increase the food stamps and get away with the people being happy. But instead, the Republicans aren't even thinking about that. So the voters, the women's reproductive rights, and the transgender people and LGBT people, they're going to go vote in droves. Same with the African Americans. who are going to vote, and same with the white women and white men that want to marry interracial marriages. Think of it. They're going to go full steam, full bore. Plain and simple. You do the math. It's how it works. You know, what the hell? Anyways, what was I going to say? So basically what you got to do is like I said, my story was I was asking my aunt what to do financially. Because, it's harder and harder to survive, you know. And it seems we have 0 viewers, so GG left. So, I might log off soon anyways and call it a day, because, um, but that's how I feel, because no one's, but I'll continue my discussion, even if there's no comments. So basically, what's happening is people need to basically spend. And a lot of people are cutting their corners. The reports are saying that people are cutting their budgets, only buying what is truly necessary. I mean, literally, the country is going down the pooper. Yeah, the pooper's getting full, and everything's going down the pooper. I mean, look at it from the point of view. I just got a report where Oregon closed up their salmon and steelhead runs for spring. Washington's done the same for all year. I mean, literally, when can I go fishing? And yet, at the same time, we're all fucking standing around wondering what to do. Pee Wee, moderator, um, moderator, Pee Wee, moderator. Dan, moderator, Chris. Everyone, we warn you guys, to make sure to stockpile what you need because that's the only way you're going to survive. Anyways, seems GG left, like I said, so I'm gonna go use the restroom since I have the time. And then from there, I'm probably going to log off due to the fact that I have other things to do this morning and the fact the comments petered out and no one's asking questions, or etc. I can just leave it go at that. I also have some other stuff I need to motivate myself to, but, that's the problem, I got to motivate myself. I can't motivate myself. I don't want to motivate myself. I'm just too damn worn out, too. I could probably take a nap and I'd be happy as hell. you know. But yeah, I thought I'd share that with you. I'm just at the point where I'm tired as hell, and it's not cool. And to me, it just really sucks, that I come here and we talk about you know everything, and yet at the same time, people, you know, Mm, yeah, I heard that too. Yep. So I'm gonna use the restroom right now. I was just checking something that's interesting, but we don't have anyone watching, so it doesn't matter what I say or do anymore. I hate this. I hate it with a passion. Hmm. Sometimes people, I see comments and they're dead as hell. No one's commenting. Everyone left. It's fact life. But it doesn't mean I'm going to go away. It just means I'm thinking. So I'm going to do two things here this morning because I can. And usually I never do this morning because it's my channel. Wow. No comments. You see this? Freaking sucks in my opinion. Sucks as sucks can be. See? No one's commenting. Mm-hmm. So, like I said, no one's commenting and it kind of stinks. So, this morning I thought about relaxing. Actually, I gotta check on something. Yep, nothing. So, I just don't know what happened to everyone. It's like everyone left. But, like I said, the economy's hurting. Food banks are giving very little, and people are complaining about it, in the long line for what they're getting. And to me, you need to basically look at the big picture and say, is this really worth what you want to pay for? I mean, for me, I would be more worried about the other issues. I mean, you guys saw me go and pull some eggs out. Usually, everyone knows me by now. I don't use eggs. That's the thing. I don't use and cook eggs. But this morning, it's Sunday morning. So it's Sunday morning, and I thought, because no one's commenting and people are making my channel to be boring. GG left, of course. Like I said, people don't realize, the economy and the stock market's teeter tottering due to the fact that inflation's too high. I mean, I don't drive a car, so gas doesn't matter to me. But there's other things people can do, like cooking. No, not talking about cooking, but cooking eggs and stuff. The last, thing is, there's like 6 eggs, and you can. what you do is you slowly let the eggs cook medium. And, being a cooking person, an expert cooking, you can do eggs two different ways. You can fry it, which means you got to flip it really quickly and keep the egg, or you fry it in oil. And then what you do is you let it go into a scramble without needing the milk. Some say, oh, add milk. It tastes and makes it fluffier. Yeah, but the problem is if you offshoot the milk, So you can do it two different ways, with milk or without milk, you know. And once you cook off all that liquid, from the eggs you're cooking, I'll show you the final product when it comes out. Then what you do is you just scoop it up, put it in a bowl. You serve it up and you eat it. Um, and that's how you do it. You just slow cook things. And when you're done, you have breakfast. Which, by the way, sometimes a good egg also requires some sausages. So if you have like sausages, throw it in there, make yourself a little scramble. You know. So let me show you. Right? Let me show you this. You guys are probably curious, anyways. There we go. So we didn't do the dishes, but anyways, let me just show you. For some of you, that if there's anyone watching, eggs scrambled without milk. You see, you can do it that way too, and it works just fine and dandy. I tell you. Now I get to try the product. Not bad. Not bad at all. A little hot sauce in it, you'd be basically really making some good. That's a good thing to do. You can actually spice it up. Bye, Fiddler. You're on the Rita channel. And by the way, everyone knows, including Sister Pee Wee, that usually I don't touch eggs. But this morning, Sunday, lazy day, as I told Gigi, best to enjoy yourself a bit, You don't need milk unless you want to. Little light oil on the bottom, the eggs stick no matter what, apparently. Well, look how tasty this is. Not every day you get tasty eggs without milk needed. See, in this economy, right? In this economy, you have to make a decision, and that is, do you use milk if milk's $7.99 a gallon for eggs, or do you take your eggs and fry them up and with a little oil, and if they end up turning out to be like this, scrambled without milk, you've done yourself a favor. The milk just makes it more high in calorie anyways, not to mention that you're having a lot of calories anyways for eating this. And eggs are a source of protein. And like I said, if you want to doctor this up and you have the finances, which I don't recommend, You can always fry up some bacon on the side, cut up some bacon chunks, put in your eggs. I personally think just eat the eggs as is and leave it go. But look at that. I mean, you're literally eating eggs without milk, and you got to ask yourself, do you want to waste your $7.99 a gallon on milk for eggs, or do you want to use your $7.99 for your coffee and your tea? Because, when it comes to milk, right? For example, Chloe uses a lot of milk when she makes that packaged mashed potatoes or her own mashed potatoes. My thing is you don't need to waste milk. If packaged mashed potatoes the food bank gives you says add water, you add water. You don't add milk. However, this is pretty damn good for a breakfast. Which, by the way, like I said, every one of my moderators that knows me knows that I won't eat eggs that often. So this morning I was kind of hungry. I'm telling you. And the only reason why I did this, okay, everyone, is there was no comments. Comments peter out when GG left, so I decided I will make up 6 eggs before they expire. Eggs are due to be, it says best used by tomorrow, so I use 6 eggs. Now, I know people are going to be looking at me like 6 eggs. You guys know I probably don't even eat 2 dozen eggs in a year. I'm very, very frugal when it comes to eggs. But when I do eat my eggs, I eat my eggs. Not like this John who eats 5.5 dozen eggs every morning. Beauty and the Beast. I wouldn't want to eat 5.5 dozen eggs. I'd probably die. Probably in the last 10 years, I probably ate 6 dozen. I've also learned that you can take your eggs, by the way, and you can put 3 eggs on top of ramen, and it makes a meal by itself. There we go. See? All done. Let me check the comments in a second. How many of this stuff is real good and efficient? Never had a decent bowl of eggs in a long time. And that's saying something for someone, as you all know, that don't eat eggs. By the way, has anyone tried duck eggs? Man, they're pretty good too. You get like 6 duck eggs for like $4. They make a good breakfast too. Let's see. Comments. Let's see. You could use water too. Good morning, Pee Wee. Good morning. No, I don't use water because I don't prefer to use water. I use water to drink when I want water. Otherwise, I don't think making scrambled eggs with water is going to be any good anyways. And besides that, the way I did a little lighting of the oil in the egg pan. I'm telling you, it came out perfect in my opinion. And that's the first time I've ever used that method without milk. Well, usually I'll whip it up, 3 eggs with milk, and make a really fluffy scrambled egg. But this is scrambled without the milk needed, and it tasted pretty damn good, for my opinion. Yeah, well, I prefer milk, but I'm not going to part with milk either. It's just like Chloe and her mashed potatoes, By the way, good morning, Pee Wee. Now you can officially say, Pee Wee, you've seen me eat 6 eggs. Usually I don't even touch eggs. I did boil up 23 eggs the other day. Chloe let 4 of them go to waste. I don't know how long boiled eggs last, but she didn't eat the rest of them. I think she got tired of eggs. That's the problem with her. She tells me to cook up a whole thing of eggs. Let's see, there's 4 left, so I don't know if these are any good, but they're hard boiled. And this one's got a crack in it, so you got to throw it out. But you get the idea. She won't even touch them. So this morning I figured, not that Pee Wee would do, I got a ham defrosting, so I can make ham, which, again, ham is really good if you cut up some ham and then put it in cut up some diced ham, put it in your eggs too. That works. I eat a lot of eggs. Well, I don't. That's the thing. I won't eat a lot of eggs because of my heart disease. I have heart problems, so I don't touch eggs that often. Like I said, I might eat 2 dozen eggs in a year if I'm lucky, because I just don't want eggs. And with this economy, I'm not literally, It's like the other day, I was talking to my cousin, my cousin in a letter, Pee Wee, and my aunt. I was writing him a letter, so I got to finish it. And I said to both of them in my letters, this was yesterday, by the way, Pee Wee, that I felt tired, drained. You know what the problem was? The problem was I ate 3 days in a row, 9 meals, mind you, 9 meals, Pee-wee, of ramen. You do the math. 9 meals, morning, noon, and night ramen. And it made me lethargic. So last night I made a steak, which tasted okay. I thought it would taste kind of funny. Might have been, I don't know. Might have been that brown spot I ate, maybe. Good source of protein. I like fried potatoes. Yeah, that's the thing. I love fried potatoes, but the problem is, right? I bought like 10 pounds of potatoes, right? And onions. Mind you, I had onions and potatoes, Pee-wee. Now you're gonna probably sit there and say, "Oh, well, I'm stupid, right?" Well, Chloe took and made up a quarter of the pound, a quarter of the fried potatoes, right? I turned around one day, right, and I said to her, and I'm not going to basically talk shit about Chloe here, okay? But this is what I said, Pee-wee. I said, Chloe, I bought a bag of onions. I bought like 2 bags of onions, the actual ones with the little plastic thing around it, and I bought um like a bag of Yukon Golds, bag of California Reds. That's what Mom called them, California. And then I bought regular spuds, right? In bags. Well, Chloe mixed them up and made fried potatoes and onions. I love fried potatoes and onions. Like 3 times. Then I said, "Can I have some more?" And she said, "No." So my potatoes and my onions went bad. This is why I was planning, because I could live on fried potatoes, and potatoes alone are really good. You get them seasoned properly, like my husband did. I mean, my husband can turn around and buy a bag of onions and a bag of potatoes, and every morning he'd make fried potatoes and onions. Even for dinner, he'd be like, "Oh, I'm having fried. I'm changing the formula of the fried potatoes and onions. Add ham to it. Done." Here, I mean, I literally went through 24 extra cases of ramen during the pandemic because I had to eat what she wouldn't touch because it expired, or "I'm tired of ramen," and then she'd take all the meat, and then she'd be like, "I'm tired of the meat." And, I mean, I'm not going to talk shit about her, but you know where I'm going with this. And by the way, baby's got a clean cage, by the way, so that's why he's kind of slower than being higher up, because when he's higher up, he's walking on pellets. Yeah, well, the thing is I don't touch potatoes. That's the thing. I mean, I'll eat a piece of bread. I'll eat this and that, but one meal a day, right? My doctor turned around and told me I need to run a little more on the treadmill. Well, I'm running more, but I said, "Look at this." She said, "You need to get out more." I said, "How do I get out more?" Pandemic's running rampant. Run on a treadmill. Oh, well, that ain't gonna help you that much. And then she asked me what my diet's like. Well, when I'm too lazy, I'll eat ramen. When I'm not lazy, I'll eat everything else under the sun. I mean, hell, this morning, about 3 hours ago, I had a banana. A banana. I mean, literally, I'm getting to the point right now, Pee-wee, where, I have to have something more than 9 meals of ramen. So I had steak last night. Like I said, kind of tasted funny. I don't know what the brown side or the fat with it or whatever, but I baked it properly. I cooked it all properly. And you know as well as I do, the ultimate test of steak is if you have rotten steak you're hypothetically eating and you don't know it's rotten. You try giving it to the dog, he won't touch it because he knows it's rotten. He's got that nose that cooked or not cooked, it's still rotten. So to him, it's like, "Nope, I'm not getting touch that." But he went for it, so it wasn't rotten. So I don't know what made the taste funny last night. I gave a piece of Chloe just to see, and she's like, "Oh, it tastes fine by me." She says, "You know how to cook a steak better than anyone, Rita. And if if it's tasting off," I said, "Well, maybe it's a couple brown spots because you had like red in places, but in the middle of the steak you have brown, And I cooked it, so I was wondering, maybe it wasn't slimy, it wasn't gooey, it wasn't anything like that. It was just like, I don't know, it just tastes kind of funny. And the thing is potatoes. I like potatoes and onions, but at the same time, I don't eat a lot of potatoes. I mean, I don't eat a lot of eggs either. I mean, I'm like one of those people that Chloe calls me the picky eater. My family's like, Texas, you're a picky eater. Really? Let me put it this way: you give me a bowl of cereal or an omelet, I'll take the omelet. But I also have to be in the mood. It's like my cousin Dinky one day. We went out to what was it, Fred Meyer's, Walmart, and Safeway one day. 3 different stores, right, to get some ingredients. She made up like a week's worth of breakfast burritos, right? She's like, "Oh, all you do is you heat these breakfast burritos up in the microwave." Well, when I was there, I made sure the breakfast burritos were eaten down. And I mean, she had her own eggs. She had like what, three or four chickens. So she had like a basket full of fresh brown eggs, cage-free eggs, and And when I was there, I made up some eggs too. She's like, "Help yourself." Cleaned it, turned on the dishwasher, did my thing. But thing is there were, that was when I was in Oregon. I figured I would put myself to use for some of these eggs because they had like a huge basket full, and unless you're gonna just let them sit there, you know. Yeah, well, my husband's steak has been given number one. If Longhorn Steakhouse offered my husband $100,000, then his steak recipe is number one in my opinion. So, but then again, I made the steak last night my husband's way, and let me tell you, I think it was the meat, the T-bone, because frankly, the meat, it was a lot stronger than I'm used to. I mean, last night, literally, it was a lot stronger than I'm used to. Literally, I can make it perfect and be like, "Oh yeah," but this one I was like this. What's that funny flavor? Is it the brown spots? Literally, when you get a steak, I froze them right away. So unless the store sold us something that was semi-rotting, I would think the brown spots don't matter. Your heart doctor, being on oxygen, I was thinking about that. Are you going to be on an oxygen breathing machine, or are you going to have like the nebulizer inhaler thing? I was trying to compose myself when it came to the question because my mom was on oxygen, yet she had these little vial things that you put into a machine. You're like, for breathing, a breathing thing. Unless you mean you're getting one of the giant machines that you plug in at night while you're sleeping. That's when my mom had one of those too. So oxygen at home, or are they saying they're gonna wheel you in like my mom had like this giant tank, right? She had like racks of tanks. Once a week they take them out, replace them, and in the tanks were these giant tanks like this. They're like 4-foot tanks, and then she had these little mini tanks like this big that carried in little bags. So are they saying they're putting you on pure oxygen, where you got to carry your oxygen tanks with you? Because my mom had the oxygen tank on wheels. She had the backpack and the carry bag oxygen tanks with spare oxygen. She had oxygen tanks mounted on her wheelchair. Literally, she was like, you know, I would say in the heart doctor, the my main thing is I don't have really much of a comment to answer for because the main question I would say to you, Pee Wee, is, and this is from my own uh, personal opinion as a sister, is you went to a heart doctor. Did they find anything wrong with your ticker? If they answer yes, what are they going to do about it? That's the thing. If you come out and they say, "Oh, you can have a heart attack, don't eat these things," I could give a better answer. But we remember you saying you have leaky heart valves, which means are they going to fix it? I mean, that's the thing. My main thing is, what did the doctor say specifically about your heart? You basically didn't say anything about the specifics of the heart, but you said, "Oh, they want you in oxygen." Well, what are they going to do? You're going to be the little old grandma that's running around with 50 uh, oxygen tanks the rest of your life, and Dan switching out the tanks when they're empty and putting them on. Yeah, well, I hope your PCP gives you the damn test because I'd like to know the answer too. Let me put it this way, jokingly aside, right? I want to get Pee Wee's opinion on this. I got to run to the bathroom in a second, but I want to get Pee Wee's opinion on this. But I'm going to give her the story quickly. I'm going to run to the bathroom. It won't take me 30 seconds or so. I know it's fast and quick. People say, "Oh, you must have a weenie." No, I don't. Okay. I don't have a weenie. So, that's why, I sit down fast. I get up fast. I wash hands and come out. So, The thing I have is I had an appointment to see a PCP here on this island. I think it was Wednesday. Anyways, as you know, my sleeping schedule's wonky, okay? And because I had other things I had to deal with, I had to deal with Chloe's things. Did I ever tell you the story what happened the other day? If you didn't hear it, I got to tell you the whole story. It's hilarious. I'll tell you after the bathroom. Anyway, so I was supposed to have a PCP appointment, right? So I call him up a week before asking the scheduled time. Well, anyways, I get a call from my primary care physician in Moses Lake. That's 200 miles away, Pee Wee. And Dr. C was pissed. Someone accessed all your records in Friday Harbor. Now, I'm giving you the info because I get the notification. I said, well, they were going through everything with the fine tooth, mental health records, everything. So I contacted them. They told me to fuck off. So I said to the doctor, can I get in and see you next week? Oh, yeah, no problem. Just here's your date. I'll video call you, right? She called me on the phone. I'm sitting there thinking, the doctor doesn't even know me, and I didn't sign the release of information yet to have them access. As a former, you got to sign it so they can actually view your records. She just went in and this is a Catholic hospital, went in without my permission. So my primary care physician, who I trust with my life in Moses Lake, 200 miles away, called me and said someone accessed your records. Not just your mental records, the entire record through the computer systems. This is why I hate fucking going to doctors. I want to get your opinion on it. Think the doctor did the right thing? And by the way, I was supposed to go Wednesday, but you know what? After that little call with my primary care, I said, fuck it. They lose a 1 hour, they lose a 15-minute appointment. They actually bill you 15 minutes now for like $300. They don't give you the full hour anymore. Fucking panty waste. You get my point. I'll be right back. Okay, so that's what I wanted to share with you, Pee Wee. Which reminds me, oh, there it is. Okay, I know where it is. So for later reference, but yeah, they literally, my primary care called me, Dr. C. She's Filipino. Literally pissed off. Literally was angry as hell that they did this. See, the last time I didn't sign a piece of paper at all, and the doctor accessed my records and got the records. And I put it in my own medical. See, when I go to a doctor's appointment, I demand a copy of the records. So I fill out an appointment, and like 4 days later, they mail me a copy. Well, you know, when I got it the last time, my lawyer's still fighting the damn Catholic hospital on that, accessing my records without my permission. And that's why I don't trust these bastards. Look, the thing is here's the thing, okay? You know why I know they're not billing? Because it's Catholic. I'll give you one reason why they're not fucking billing, Pee Wee. And I'll give it to you straight up, honestly, because I tell the truth. Because Chloe had an appointment at the beginning of May. There's nothing in the fucking mail yet for a bill. They didn't bill Chloe at all. Chloe called up and said, "Oh, I missed my appointment, and I'm sorry." They didn't even bill it. They basically wrote it off as Chloe's not going to show up, so they scheduled someone else anyways in that time frame. And if Chloe showed up, they would be dealing with 2 appointments. With me, usually I make it to all my appointments. So this time around, I said, "Fuck it." And you know what? It was, you know, the thing is my doctor, my primary care physician, Moses Lake, has access to all the records. You know, they keep them compiled. So she just went into the section over where the lady accessed it in this hospital on this island. You know what happened? She actually accessed the billing records. They have the billing department. They didn't bill me at all. They did not bill me. She checked in with me and said they didn't bill it at all. Thing is, they won't bill it. They didn't bill Chloe. They're not going to bill me. See, missing the appointment or not, they're not going to bill me. That's the thing. They didn't bill fucking Chloe anything. Chloe didn't get billed. I didn't get billed. Yeah, well, that's what I need in a second too. But you understand that they didn't fucking bill, and if they bill me, I'll throw it in the trash because frankly, they violated my rights again. Plain and simple. Ugh, I hate when they do this. First, they highlight it once, then highlight it two, and then it's like I really don't care. So let me check this real quick. There we go. All right. So, anyways, sorry, Pee Wee. That Pee Wee is actually Oh, so it's their own series. That's what I thought. See, I don't know these things. People say, "Oh, you're a moron." I'm like, okay, cool. Is it a two piece or yeah, two piece? Yeah. Mm. Yeah, well, I understand that one. I had to basically use it. I had to literally put on my air drying mat. I have an air dryer mat thing. It's basically where I put something out and it dries by itself in the air. It doesn't. My electric razors, my clippers. I literally had to take the clippers apart the other day. It was under the sink in the bathroom, right? Well, apparently there's a leak in there. The guy didn't clean the water damage that he put under the sink when he repaired the damn sink the other day by putting in the new nozzles. So I walked into a puddle of water the other day. So I went and pulled everything else. Chloe's like, "Why are you making noise?" Well, I cleaned it all up. She felt it. She says it's wet. I said, "Yeah, that's bad." And she realized that our own bath sponge that we had, extra spare bath sponge we paid for, those nice fancy ones for body wash, was completely moldy in there. It was in a bag into the sink with complete water in it, and the water did whatever it did, it molded the bath sponge. So I had to get rid of those. I was like, what a waste of money. Those are like $20 sponges that were gone, thrown away. And I told the repairman, he's like, "Oh yeah, I told Chloe to make sure to clean the bottom if it leaked." Well, I didn't hear anything. Chloe just ran to I mean, and then the repairman's like, "Well, you need to be not sleeping in your bed while we're repairing something." But anyways, I don't know if you heard the story. Okay, so I got to tell you this. This was hilarious, right? Wednesday and Thursday, Chloe's been a complete bitch. I can use those words. Complete, right? So basically, she's going on attacking advocates, screaming, yelling. Wednesday, as you remember, she wrote those emails out to, uh, it was like the Wednesday before that, right? She was a bitch, and it waited. Well, The previous Wednesday, she was being a bitch about, oh, well, they're going to arrest me. They're going to put me in jail and all this. And I wouldn't hear it. I said, shut up. You're not going to jail. You're not going anything. And this is what I said to you. I said, if my advocate that does restraining orders, right? One of them, Tara, Chloe's ex-roommate, sent one to the advocate that does restraining orders and the APS lady. And you know this. Yeah, I told you this. She mailed it to both, right? But anyways, Tara's answer to me was, because Tara says, well, she gets a reply back. She'll let us all know. And I was going to let you know. Well, anyways, the joke was, the joke was, that if they got back to me, or back to Tara, she would email us. They didn't do it. She said, I'll give them a week. So she gave them like 9 days. Nothing. So Chloe's sitting there panicking, she's going to go to jail and everything else, Tara, of course, looked into the FBI and the bullying, the cyber bullying and, the other crap, right? But anyways, I want to get your opinion on this, right? So Thursday, Chloe turns around, right? Chloe's bitching on, I think it was Saturday, right? So she turns around. It was Saturday yesterday, right? So it's Friday, right? She gets through Thursday, and I'm like, knock it off, right? It was Thursday she did this, right? So Wednesday she stops knocking out, goes to her room and sleeps. Thursday she comes out, she looks at me. Oh, you're talking shit about me, the head thing, and you've heard her hit her head and stuff. So I tell her, knock it off. She goes and starts making threats against the advocates, right? Now, you're probably thinking, what's new? She turns around. Pee Wee, and literally calls. Because I told her, this is what I said to her, right? I know she's on the lease, but I'm not tolerating shit. So I stood my ground and said, get the fuck out. Grab your bags, pack your shit, and leave. I was doing the Patrick Swayze and Red Dawn. Pack your shit and go. Well, Chloe looked at me and she saw my eyes. I was serious. I was like, get the fuck out. I ain't tolerating fucking threatening advocates because they can't get what they want. Threatening my family, threatening my friends, threatening everyone just because you're fucking, you can't control your fucking temper. I said, get some fucking medication or get the fuck out. Well, I'm not going to the hospital here to get put in a fucking gown. Fuck them. Her and the whole gown thing, she claims that a cop in Moses Lake told her to put a fucking put a gown on, and they were going to fucking shoot her at point blank range. And the hospital claims that they were going to fucking cover up the murder. So that's why she's got that trigger of no gowns. Anyways, so what happens? I tell her to get the fuck out. I'm not tolerating her shit. I said, you steal my food, you fucking steal my money, you fucking do everything. I said, get the fuck out. So what happens? She calls up to speak to Advocate 1 and Advocate 3. They're in one office. Advocate 2 is the restraining order lady. She doesn't talk to Advocate 2. Advocate 1 and 3 was busy. She's yelling and screaming at the Advocate 1 and 3's receptionist, Carmen. I'm going to be, Rita effing kicked me out. I need effing food. I need effing a roof over my head. I need something where goes on and on and on, F-bomb, every other word. Well, Carmen hung up on her. So she's freaking screaming and yelling at me. And I said, not my problem. I said, maybe you need to learn your lesson. You don't drop fucking F-bombs, right? You know that. You don't be rude. So right before they close, 15 minutes before they close, Advocate 1 answers the phone. Advocate 3, Melissa won't deal with it. So Advocate 1 says, what's going on? I understand that you're supposed to keep the peace and keep civil with Rita. And Chloe says, there is no civil with me. Plain and fucking simple. She said, what do you mean? She says, I don't care. I want what I want, how I want, and this, and this. Rita's asked me to fucking leave. Can you help me? She said, well, it's the whatever it is. something weekend. I think it's Memorial Day. Don't quote me after the calendar. Memorial Day weekend. So no, we can help you Friday. Yeah, Memorial Day. See, I don't even pay attention to holidays. So what happened? She turns around and says, "Can't help you. We can help you Friday." Chloe said, "That's when payday is." Well, then just buy a fucking ticket and leave because we're not tolerating it. First of all, we're not helping you because you fucking called up and literally yelled at. I'm sitting there, that's on speaker, so I'm listening to the whole thing. Not saying a peep. Dead quiet. Scowling at Chloe, going, "Look, you dropped too many of them. We're not helping because, one, every time we help, we've paid $50 shuttle, $50 this, $50 that. You just keep fucking burning your bridges." Rita, of course, is standing there waiting for you to leave. Then we can basically move. But anytime Rita needs something, you have to interject that you need it more. They're like, "Look, we've offered help. You're not taking it. We're done. If we do breakfast with Rita this coming month, don't bother coming. We're not dealing with you. You can get out on Friday. If you don't get out, we'll encourage Rita to go the restraining order route because you can't literally, But see, the thing is, they've never heard it. They've never seen it. They've never seen, the abusive side of Chloe. Chloe basically went after Carmen. Carmen let Jennifer, Ashley, and Melissa. Jennifer's the director. No, Jennifer stepped in and said no. Ashley couldn't believe it. Melissa's sitting there with her mouth hanging on. Well, meanwhile, advocate 2, Courtney, said you need to have some proof that she does this stuff. Well, if it dropping F-bombs and demanding and verbally abusing Carmen isn't considered abuse, I don't know what is. I mean, I'm sitting there going, as I hear homeless, need food, need a hotel room. Rita effing, the whistling, by the way, Pee Wee is the bomb. Rita kicked me out. I mean, literally. And then, they contacted me and I said, "Look, I didn't trigger it." When she goes on and on and on about the threats, I finally told her enough's enough. And if you can't do anything, what do you want me to do? The police won't do shit anyways. And a restraining order, lady's hard to get a hold of. So unless you got something better, this is what I did. And I said, "Who's civil?" I said, "Was she civil? This is the shit I got to deal with." Carmen got a little taste of what Chloe deals with me every damn day. What's it going to be? And, advocate 1 and 3 is on a joint call with the director the director of the group. We always thought Chloe was sweet. Yeah, and you always blamed me for it, telling me I'm the problem. I make it up. But when Carmen got a freaking dish of Chloe's own medicine, you realize right there what's going on. And I mean, Chloe wasn't relentless. That's why Carmen hung up the phone. I mean, I wanted to share that with you. What do you think? I mean, literally, what's your opinion? I mean, your true opinion of Chloe being on the phone attacking Carmen. And they said, "Chloe, we think it's all in your head, Rita." And now Carmen got a whole dish of the medicine. Literally. And then they're like, "You deal with this every day?" Yeah. I mean, literally, every word out of Chloe's mouth was. I mean, no offense, Sister Pee Wee. You know what I mean. Where I'm going with this, I hope. Dad said the same thing. She turns around and said, "If there was a God, God would be yeah." She turns around and tells me there is no God. But look what I did. You want to hear a story? I'll tell you a story. My beautiful, 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 beautiful husband and I was together one day. Here, I'll show you again, just because you probably don't see it this often. One day, I wrote from 2013 when they lifted the transgendered health care. I sent 9,000 emails, 9,000 letters, 9,000 phone calls. Then in 2014, I sent 7,000 of each. 2015, it got down to 5,000. 2016, after they started emailing me, most of them weren't going to take a chance. a doctor took a chance in Nebraska for these. And so I prayed. When I got on the train, I prayed to God that I would get the breast reconstruction. Got into Seattle, I prayed while being lost in Tukwila near the airport. Finally, we had to hire a cab to get us to the place. God got us through it. Next morning, I prayed on the plane as we left and landed about surgery. I prayed in Denver. I prayed flying to Nebraska. I prayed we landed in Nebraska because from there we were going straight to the hotel after not straight to the hotel, straight to the doctor's office. And I prayed in that office for an hour while they were talking about breast size. He said, "Oh, I don't think you have enough tissue." When he found out there was enough tissue, 3 days later, I had surgery. 3 or 4 days later, I prayed. Then, surgery day, I prayed. Then, while I was praying, I had to work on doctors. I had all the doctors I knew that did breast surgery, lower surgery, specialized intersex surgery, and facial surgery. Well, I've showed you my before and after pics. Literally, we found a doctor willing to do the facial surgery. We went down to Oregon in June. Good story, by the way, there. My husband tells the story really well. It's on this channel. I think it's archived. Government wanted to archive it or Googled it. But anyways, so basically, and then, in August of that year, 4 months, it was 2 months, it was 64 days before he died that we went traveling to Portland together. 64 days. After he died, the doctor that I had that did my face said if it didn't go through insurance, she was going to pay for the whole damn bill out of her own hands. Out of the kindness, because she liked Aaron, my husband. I prayed. Meanwhile, I prayed to get my surgery dates, which everyone was saying was 3 to 4 years. I literally told the doctor, I'm 2/3 done. Tell me what I need to know so I can travel to Portland monthly, sometimes twice a month at my own expense, from November of 2016 to February of 2018, sometimes monthly or 2 times a month, bi-monthly. For appointments to Portland. I had family that checked in with me. Sometimes I went there and I turned around after 6 hours and left and went home. But guess what? I fought dearly to get everything prepared for that date. I was not relentless. I did not give up till I got that surgery date in February 1st, and I was happy. So, is there a God? You're damn right there's a God. And God was gifted to me and generous to me. Chloe? Nope. And you're right. Chloe needs meds. And one reason why Melissa won't touch Chloe is 20-foot pole. She needs meds. Yeah, you know what? And that's the funniest thing in the world. I literally told the advocates. I meant what I said. I want Chloe fucking gone. And the manager turns and points to me and says, "Be civil." Who's the civil one? I'm civil. I'm civil with you, Pee Wee. I'm civil with everyone on YouTube. But when she comes out, she says, "Stop that shit about me." That's not civil. That's basically a royal temper tantrum. She doesn't want anyone to know about her faults or literally blowing up at the advocates. I'm going to be effing homeless. Oh, yeah, I emailed her mom, right? Her mom doesn't really want updates. Her mom emailed me back going, "Oh, my effing God." She literally burned her last bridge. Well, literally, that's what her mom said. She literally, her mom doesn't really want to know anything until Chloe gets medicated or actual mental health that can help her. Said Chloe doesn't want to. If she has to wear a gown, fuck it. So I told her around and said, no medications, no gowns, nothing. Fuck it. You're out. Get out. And when the advocates emailed me back and forth, they realized there's a problem. Chloe basically turned around. Literally. An advocate, too, the restraining order lady, right? The restraining order lady. Here's something funny. Advocate 2, Courtney, didn't realize. She's like, "Oh, Chloe must not be that bad, right?" Well, you saw the emails calling Courtney a fat cow, and the APS lady, last name, you know what her last name is, but it's rechanging it all to Tin Pig. I mean, literally, the only reason why she got away with threatening them is because she changed the name. I mean, she's a slippery little weasel, a slippery little eel, as my husband would say, or my husband's dad, Poppy, would say. She's an eel. She's slippery. I make sure the battery. Oh, I know. Literally. Yeah, I agree completely with your statement. I mean, literally, that's the way it is. I mean, she's slippery as an eel. I mean, literally, I don't even know what Carmen's going through. Maybe she's gonna have PTSD. I mean, literally, Carmen's always been nice to me. When I call, she's like, "Oh, how are you doing, Rita? How's the doggy? How's the bunny?" Yet she got it. I always call. It's like, "Oh, are they available?" "Oh no, okay. I'll email them, but I'll leave a message too. They can get back to me either or." Well, and Carmen likes me. Chloe, of course. I mean, literally, there was like the devil. The devil was coming out of her mouth, fire and brimstone. Oh, and I got a joke for you too. This might make you chuckle, right? So last night, right, I had my steak. Chloe's going on and on and on and on and on and on and on. She's like, "Why don't you take a bath?" I finally said, "Because every time I try, the water tank's getting weaker and weaker, and the cylinder and the thing." And I said, "Two, I don't want to take a bath." She's like, "Why don't you want to take a bath?" "Because every time I get ready to, you hop in there, take all the water." So to me, what's the point? I said, "This is another reason why I want you fucking gone. So I can have my own bath time whenever I want without you fucking riding my ass on it." I said, "You're not the fucking little dictator potentate that controls everything." She looked at me, she's like, "But you might stink." Well, I'm sorry, but I'm not going to follow through with someone who's telling me to take a bath. That's the thing. And the thing is though our electric bill is so damn high, it's because she's basically taking a shower every fucking day, and half the time she doesn't want to pay the electric bill. And I told her that 2 times in a row. Another supposed trigger. Talking about her on YouTube's a trigger. Saying the word no is a trigger. Telling her what I think of her is a trigger. Everything's a fucking trigger. Well, I finally turned around and told her, "Grow up, Spanky, and pull yourself by the bootstraps and get the fuck out." I was like, "There's the fucking door. Pack your bags and get out tonight. I'm not tolerating this shit any longer." And she just looked at me and she finally went to sleep. She literally went to sleep. Anyway, so last night I'm minding my business story for you. And I'm like this on my bed watching a documentary, right? And I'm like this, right? And my husband and I, we had an understanding. We're tired. You don't smoke, right? My husband never did. I was like this. I hear, I'm like, huh. Oh, I must have fell asleep. I looked down my pants, the floor, my shirt, went in, changed everything, scrubbed a little light sponge cleaning, cleaned the floor up and everything. Climbed into bed and I was out like a light. But you know what? I basically woke up with. I mean, literally, it was like the Leaning Tower of Riza woke me up too. I realized. And Chloe's like, "Oh, well, we're gonna have to use some extra detergent on your pants." Well, not my problem. I keep telling Chloe to fucking fix this damn wheel. I mean, if she can fucking get super glue in there and fucking seal it so it can still spin, we wouldn't need to fucking fix the damn floor every week with new tape. I mean, literally. But Chloe's too fucking lazy. I mean, do you want to hear a joke? I'll tell you a joke, Pee Wee. You're going to love this. She asked me the other day if I was going to go browse while I was on YouTube to find a price for a solid state drive, an SSD external for her computer so she could put more games on it, right? Anyways, truth of the matter is, she asked me if I was buying it on third. And I said, well, at this point, I said, you have 6 days to get the cleaning done. Every day you don't do jack shit, even after the inspection wasn't chosen for this place, means you ain't getting it because you fucking did a half-ass job again. Well, you know how that played out. So, but I like I said, I'll tell you more soon. I know you're on the phone. The evil within. That's a game, by the way. Can't believe that forum got that guy got his thing locked. Mm. Yep. So just wait for Pee Wee, I guess. She said, "Be right back." Son's on the phone. So, anyways, while I'm waiting, might as well just look around. So I was just thinking about sending a message on my forum to the administrator, but I'm just waiting for Pee Wee, and others to come back. I don't know. I have no clue. I can always listen to some music while I'm waiting too, but I'm not in the mood. I'm actually there's a couple things I've been meaning to discuss. I haven't even talked about that. Something I will talk about sooner or later. But I could always. So apparently the president's in Texas. That's nice to know. We went to Uvalde. Apparently I like that one lady. She's cool. Well, anyways, Pee Wee said she'd be right back for the phone. So let me just put this on for a second. I'm thinking for a second, anyways. I need a little motivation to pick me up. So while we're waiting, I got so much to tell you guys, anyways. I just want to tell you in a second. Gives me a chance to think. That one I'll read later. I know exactly what's going on here. Okay, here we go. So the forum is dead right now due to the fact that everyone has problems, you know. I'm thinking of doing a long post. See if I can get recognized with my idea first. So, you know, I'm still toying with the idea, doing some research. Oh, great. I hate this auto thing. Is there like a button where I can turn off auto and whatever it is? Because I hate the fucking auto thing. Or are they forcing me to do it? Let me see. There's got to be a way to turn this off. Mm-hmm. All right, so as Pee Wee would say, it's time to get some coffee in a second. And I'll continue with my discussion. And then we'll go from there. I might, while I'm at it, set up my game for the day too with no volume. That might keep me busy too while talking to you guys. All right, so I don't want to listen to that. I hate that auto thing. The thing is, I shouldn't do the auto thing. Okay, so let me set my game up. Won't take too long. Gotta turn the volume off on my game. Let's see, we got who the hell messaged me on Instagram? Some lady wants to send me a message. Who the hell is this person? You see, I gotta deal with this crap every day. Alright, so what we do is we do this. Then I pull the pin out because let's just do it this way. Simpler. Alright, so while we're waiting for Pee Wee, everyone knows I use the pen. Pen. I'm doing my game on my thing called Cafe Land. It's pretty fun. Thing is, I should basically work on my other thing. Okay, hit play. Tell me how much money I made while I was gone. 10 million gold offer for 7 million. Oh, that's not bad. I want to upgrade some stuff, but you know what? There we go. Clean the fridge out. Do some stuff. Clean stoves. Damn. Huh. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So, like every minute. Yep. So, we're making baked potatoes this morning. Gotta replace the cakes I made. Anyways, like I said, it's been a busy day, yesterday, and like I said, Pee Wee left, but I'll replay it again. So I was kind of sad, at the fact that who the hell is this guy? I don't know this guy, and I never subscribed to this guy. So what the fuck does this guy get? Oh, okay. Sorry, dude. Not interested. Yeah, I was talking to people about what I was dealing with, when it came to crap, and it is what it is. And kind of hard, to a point. Mm-hmm. So, I was saying in my video earlier, how in the hell does one person turn around and survive? Make purchases and stuff. It's kind of hard. This guy doesn't even think it's got so much errors on his website. It ain't funny. Oh, I'm sorry to hear your son's in the hospital. He's got my prayers. He's got my prayers. You know. Oh, my cake's ready. But anyway, like I said, it came to pricing and stuff. It's hard. But while we're at it, let's just read this. This didn't give me any info. I need a damn son of a. Oh, well, can't figure that out. So, oh, my cake's ready again. She's got my prayers, Sad. Hmm. Oh well, couldn't figure out what I was looking for. So, mm. Next up, more coffee. Oh yeah, I forgot. That's why. All right. Soup. Do we even have any access to soups? No, we don't. Yeah, so we need to make some pizzas, I guess. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Ugh, long video today, but you know what? I can do it. It's fine. Pizza's ready. So let's just start stacking up the pizzas. So Pee Wee said she paused it. I'm kind of concerned with her son myself, you know. So this girl, right, turns around. Oh yeah, forgot to check that out. I know that Instagram lady wanted. She's not part of my channel, so 5 requests. Who the fuck is this lady? And what the fuck does she want? Sounds like a scam, in my opinion. When Pee Wee gets back, I'll read you this. This is kind of interesting, you know. So Pee Wee's got to pause because of her son, but hopefully her, you know. Oh, pizza's ready again. It says new order. So what we got here? Soups. Oh yeah, I gotta make some soups. But the thing is I should go and see what makes more pizzas. Oh yeah, free spin. Hope I can get what I need. Little Vinny, a little slot machine. Yep, that's what I wanted. Great. See, I was hoping for one of those so I can just start making soups. Oh, I can store that. That's cool. So, make up some soups that don't take long. Anyways, you guys are probably sitting there thinking, "What the hell is she talking about?" My game. I'm playing this cafe game, which means I'm making pizzas right now. Oh, apparently I screwed up and forgot to do one. Oh well. So, all right, cool, cool, awesome, totally awesome. Do we have enough for the cakes? Nope, still need more cakes. Now we're making broccoli soupa. Anyways, like I said, I was talking to uh, Pee Wee, and I said that she's got my prayers with her son. I know what's going on with her son, and her son's she's got my prayers. I mean, I have her prayers too with Chloe, but still, the funny story was Pee Wee was the thing about me dumping the dip juice all over me, and two was the the other thing, Chloe, her true colors came out with the advocates, and they did not like it at all. Yeah, well, I hope that your son's got my prayers, Pee Wee. Literally, I mean, it's truly sad. So I was writing my letter to my cousin Dinky. And one of the things I was going to share with Pee Wee was and my aunt, and I said, I don't even know how I can get everything I need. With Chloe spending money like crazy. I was like, I really need a new bed sheet. I'm thinking about getting a sheet set that's actually green. A green sheet, a new comforter, and that's the way it is. And so, I wrote my aunt and I said, I don't even know how to do it. I mean, you got an economy crumbling, people are worried about food, and me, I'm worried about getting new sheets, new pillows. My pillows are like 30 years old. Funny thing is, 30-year-old pillows. Um, my pillows, my sheets, um, comforter, stuff like that. I just need to nip it in the butt and buy it. But I'm basically worried about the economy and food and everything. And then, as I said to my aunt in a letter yesterday, I'm still working on it. That now Xi Jinping, as I said earlier, with Gigi, who has joined us, that President Xi Jinping says that President Trump better enjoy his life because eventually we'll be an autocracy. Well, Chloe's mom keeps talking about autocracy, so I finally went and looked it up. We're not going to have a dictator in this country. And if we can hope it, that's why we got guns. Well, you know what it is? I'll tell you one thing that I'd be upset about with your son, okay? And this is just from my loving heart. That if he's bored shitless, they should be providing him with a TV at least. Hell, when I was in the from surgery, they basically one of the things kept me going was the TV and the internet. And the internet was so damn wonky and spotty, it was not even funny. You know, I mean, they should be giving him a TV. Wasn't it something else my delivery needed, or was it just the delivery needed soup? Yeah, so I gotta make a lot of soup now. Yep, there we go. Son is complaining cannot even go to the bathroom without a nurse watching his every move. They have him probed up trying to get him to have a seizure so they can figure out what is causing them. He is bored shitless, can't even get out of bed without a nurse helping him. The son never complains, so I know he's going nuts in the hospital. Yeah, I would be doing the same thing. I'd be fucking losing my mind, man. I mean, when I was in the hospital for like 2 weeks, I was sitting there, right? Sitting there, right? I mean, I'll tell you two stories. One was I had a TV. No problem. I got to watch whatever I wanted. But the TV was so damn spotty. Half the time it would come in, half the time it didn't come in. It was like they were paying for the less low, cheap ass cable that was basically not working. Two is when I did finally get out to look out the window, I found out they're demolishing the old dentistry building. And and then my phone and my tablet wasn't working. I had my computer set up so it was on screensaver, so I was doing spreadsheets and everything. But the problem is half the time I couldn't even get a fucking connection until Chloe came and gave me my phone, which had the built-in Wi-Fi, so I could do my spreadsheets that way. Otherwise, Chloe had the phone. She'd only come for a couple hours a day. The rest of the time, she was out doing her own thing in the hospital. So I was standing around, and I was bored shitless. Yeah, I would not like that either. It'd be like senators sitting on the shitter, the senators shitting on the shitter, they're like the president. I hear the president can't even take a shit on his own without fucking Secret Service watching him take a dump. I mean, literally, what if he's sitting on the shitter and he gets a phone call? Hello, this is President Putin, President Obama. Can you call me back, or Barack or Biden? Can you call me back later? I gotta take a shit. I mean, I hear there's phones everywhere, including in the. I hear there's a phone in Air Force One. I can see President Putin calling him. So, hello, Sleepy Joe. Are you sitting on the shitter again? I mean, literally, it makes you wonder, but jokingly aside, it upset me to no end, you know. Yeah, I don't even remember what happened, There was a few times, where I remember one time in a hospital, right? I got sent up there for an IDA, right? Chloe basically told them to quit touching me, and they were going to arrest Chloe. Instead, they handcuffed me and took me to the hospital, handcuffed me to a bed. And then this guy says, if we release you, will you stay put? And I said, okay, well, they fed me some food, and this was when they said I was arrested, earlier, and it would be in the mail and stuff. Then I had a lawyer the next day fight it, say, where's our records? And they could not provide anything. There was no arrest warrant. Even Cousin Dinky once a year pays for a background check on me and comes back negative. She even paid for the state patrol, But the thing is, they unhandcuffed me. I was in a gown. I walked out. 4 days later, I get my medical records at home. Said they tried to involuntary me. And they said if they called the police and the police saw me in my gown, they'd arrest me. Well, instead, I walked from the hospital a mile down the hill, across the street from the Safeway, through the back area behind the Rite Aid and home. And next morning, like 4 hours later, Chloe goes home to Chloe goes and gets my stuff, and they say I'm not welcome back to the hospital ever. But they never arrested me. They didn't say I was Reed at home. We're gonna go to her door. Said Chloe got my clothes, came home, and when I woke up in the morning, I was nursing a massive hangover. I was actually drinking 50-year scotch, that my husband gave me because they claimed I was arrested, And then I contacted the lawyer and I went out to Olive Garden for lunch. Came back. That's when I got this place. And after that, I decided to take this damn place and tell the Moses Lake PD to go fuck themselves. I remember that officer. Funny story, too, about the officer. The officer that tried to put me in jail and said I couldn't go to jail due to the fact that that there was a whatchamacallit, um, um, the guy there, he was. I was checking my U-Haul. I had it locked up and everything. Everything was up there. The only thing left I had to stick in the back of the freezer. So in the middle of the night, I'm walking Moppy, before bed because I did all the cleaning. Chloe went to bed. She had to drive the truck, so I cleaned up and cleaned up. When we got done, the place was spotless. So as I was leaving, for the final dog walk, I checked the truck's lock, and the officer's there, and he's telling me I'm breaking in, and he's going to arrest me. I said, okay. But when I pull out the glove box of the rental agreement that says this is my truck, what are you going to do then? He said, oh. So the next day we get in, right? And the neighbor's complaining, oh, the refrigerator's noisy, right? Well, I couldn't get the freezer out the back porch with the dolly, so I ran it at 5:30 in the morning. I don't know how I plugged it. Brought it through the house, through the door, next to the exit door, down the ramp. She was complaining. I said, dude, you can complain all you want. I'm leaving. So I loaded it up. I unloaded the ramp, loaded it up. Took me like 30 minutes, the freezer, and everything was in it, was frozen. Sealed it up right there in the back, closed it, locked the door, went through once more, did a little light cleaning. Chloe had a shower. Then I took a quick shower, got dressed. We jumped in the truck. And Chloe drives it, right? We pull out and we do this cul-de-sac thing, and we're driving this way towards the truck stop. As I'm going, right, had like rolls and rolls of dip. I'm like, instead of spitting in a cup at the time, because, the window's open, it's like 100 degrees out, 6 in the morning, I go right on the officer that was harassing me last night, hit his window of his car, and I'm like, passenger side, who cares, So he follows us to the truck stop, turns around, and he says to me when we got out, we're gassing it up. He didn't yell at Chloe, didn't yell at me, he just told me not to come back to that county. And I was like, I don't plan to come back to that county. I plan to stay away from this county because this county's got fucking corrupted asshole cops. Then we got on the freeway of Interstate 90, and Chloe's driving the damn thing. And as we're driving, it, and I'm riding in it, I'm going, and I'm sitting here with the spit. I went in and I bought some coffee and I got some drinks, and, I needed a spit cup. And what happened? Sitting there, I'm sitting there, nervous wreck, right? Hot day, windows blowing, until we got to the other side of the mountain. So we're driving, and I'm like, Chloe's got her window hanging open with the cigarette smoking. She smokes cigarettes. Oh, and Moppy's in the middle of the truck, and we're driving this 26-foot boxer, which means it's 35 feet in length, right? Chloe did a good job driving it up, driving it down. We tanked up in Kenmore because we went the wrong way. And at least we didn't get charged extra miles. But anyways, they did charge up the gas because they decided to take my debit card and tank it up here on the island because they're greedy, corrupted assholes. We filled it up to the fill limit that needed. They just filled it up to the max. And then I challenged U-Haul and sent them all the pictures and everything. And U-Haul basically yelled at them, said, don't do it again. They never refunded me. And, if I ever needed to move, they put in the computer and I can get like $150 in boxes for free. But anyways, here's the kicker. So we're driving along out of Grant County, and it says entering Chelan County. And I said, oh, Chelan. Then we left Chelan, entering Douglas County. I was like, oh, good. Entering Catitas County. Again, oh, God. I'm like 3 counties away. Thank God we're climbing up the mountain and going over it. I'm just watching. Entering King County. Great. Drive down the mountain, entering Snohomish County, cool. Entering Skagit County, woot, woot. Then we had problems trying to find parking for it. We finally did find a parking for it after we drove the truck up and back and forth. They said park. There was some parade going on in Anacortes at the time in August, So we finally pulled in, got out, went down to the beach for a while. Finally, they told us to pull the truck up and drive around again. So we had to go around up, and there's a loop around up this way, and back it out and everything, and then get in the line. And then the person said, one truck was like $300. Cost me $300, almost $400 with the U-Haul to get on the ferry. And we got on, and we almost lost our place at the beginning because we didn't have enough for the deposit. So I made arrangements. I paid what I could. And then the manager saw I was good for it, never complained. One thing she complained about was Chloe's temper, So, but yeah, I mean, literally that's what happened, But I spit, and he just said, "Get out of here and don't come back." So I was watching county by county, not wanting to go back to that damn miserable thing. He's in the San Francisco. Yeah, well, my opinion is if that's the best hospital around, then you're doing good. But my thing is the best hospital in the Pacific Northwest is OHSU. The biggest and class 5 level trauma center is a Harborview, but Harborview sucks. Great. Yeah. See, all these people are not talking about that. But anyways, I have a joke for Pee Wee. So, um, we talk about scammers, right? I had a scammer the other day say they want me, they in love with me, and I had this reservation that kept pestering me on Discord and everything else. Finally, I blocked and banned them because they were asking me money for food. So I was like, no, I'm not going to give you food. I don't even have enough money for my own groceries. What do you think, right? So, anyways, funny thing is, Pee Wee, was this lady messages me today. She's on Instagram and says, "This lady here, Sweet Sarah, is now watching you," and sent me a message. Well, I got my messages sent to another folder for junk. She says, "Hey, are you interested in being my text buddy?" No. "Which in return, I will give you $300 daily allowance and nothing sexual. And you don't have to pay any fee before you get your own allowance." No. $300 daily. That's $2,700 a month. Or a week, $2,700 a week. That just says something right there. 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18, $2,100 a week. 42, 8,400 a month. There's something wrong if someone wants to give me $8,400 a month for as a text buddy. Claims the person's a philanthropist. I mean, literally, it's got to be too good to be true. I mean, hell, that's how I see it. I mean, literally. I could basically, let's do this. There we go. So I marked it as a scam. I mean, yeah, $300 a daily to be a text buddy sounds too good to be true, in my opinion. Let's see. Did I get the email? No, I haven't checked the email. Which isn't the best. It says he's in one of those gowns, so balls out. Ha 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 ha. Very funny. No, let me check my email. I have Google, as you know, so it says don't. Oh, okay. Hold on. Oh yeah, that's too damn funny. That is damn funny. That is too funny. But yeah, I mean, literally, that's the thing. So, like I was saying in my note, Pee Wee was listening, is I wrote my aunt, and I said, there's things I need to buy for my house that I haven't done in 2 years, and I don't know why I'm not doing it, you know, and she's like, Yeah, she hasn't replied back because I haven't sent the letter yet. But you know, it's hard. I mean, it's literally hard. I mean, you got people there that go and waste money like crazy, and yet I'm sitting here wondering when I'm going to get new pillows, new sheets, new bedding because I need it, and yet I keep delaying it. I'm trying to teach Chloe to spend money frugally. You know, you do know King George, the one before Queen Elizabeth's dad, was very frugal. He only bought what he thought was needed. And only if things broke. But nowadays it's a different story. I saw a movie recently I thought was interesting. It was called uh, like The King's Speech, and it's about a speech impediment, and he had to go through a speech therapist and stuff. And it was an interesting watch, and but still, I mean, I this is one of the things that bothers me to no end. I don't sit there and say, oh, buy me these things. I'm saying, how do I go about getting it all? I mean, we have food problems. I mean, earlier Gigi was saying, oh, are we going to go to civil war? Possibly. I mean, we got inner bickering between Democrats and Republicans trying to pin the blame on everything for everything. I mean, the companies are saying we're going to rip the people off until either they basically give extended food stamps and we'll raise the price again, or they'll go back to work because they need to supply their food. I mean, literally, has anyone ever thought they're raising prices that hurt the poor, but also the people that go back to work? I mean, does anyone even think that, or do they think everything's gravy? Pee Wee probably has an answer there, but still, I mean, that's how I see it. You know, that's how I see it. I mean, yeah, and I got an email. That was an Instagram, by the way, that sent it a message. I reported it as that fraud. I mean, $300. That sounds completely a spam thing too. It's like this lady that messaged me the other day, right? I unfollowed this lady because this lady claims to be tranny and claims that they're cute, and yet they keep talking in their deep voice about how they had their testicles removed, the surgery at the taxpayers' expense. And then they're talking, and they show a picture of them completely naked with their face showing one way and their body stay facing it. And you can't see their junk, but you see their ass completely hanging. There's no balls, and they're like, oh, look how cute I am. And there's like 50 people that removed themselves from it. That's not something you post on Instagram. I mean, you wouldn't see me post even in my worst day of drinking, posting a nudie selfie pic of my cooter. I mean, come on. Oh, look at my cooter and my boobs. Look how cute I am. Instead, I and several others flagged it, and they're like, "Oh, you flagged it? You got me removed." I was like, "It wasn't me, man. It wasn't just me. There was others. I mean, literally, it violated the community guidelines. I mean, we're trying to keep things clean, not nudie. Pee Wee even knows. Even on my worst day, drunk, I wouldn't post that crap. I mean, literally, it is what it is. I mean, that's how it is. I mean, that is how it is. Literally. Even Chloe gets bitchy, but Chloe's smart enough that Chloe knows I'm not stupid enough to go post something about my showing my ass only, my only ass cheeks. Well, anyways, this lady basically sent me a message on Instagram, stating, quote unquote, that she wanted to give me $300 a day to be her text buddy. Text as in texting. She said nothing sexual. I said, if you were hearing me, that it sounds that it's too good to be true. What are you making for breakfast, by the way? That sounds interesting. You saw me. I ate breakfast already. Oh, good. Got enough soup now. Fill that order. There we go. Then I got an appetizer, which is, oh, yes. So I need pizza. More pizza coming up. Fill catering boxes, complete catering, and get extra coins. Don't worry, I'll be filling that. If you guys need to know, Pee Wee's probably sitting there. See this? My cafe game. See, got my pots going, and every 2 minutes I'm cooking them. I got pizza coming up next. Right now I'm making soup. So you got pool table and arcade machine. The vending machines is where they get the drinks. I think it's pretty entertaining. Keeps on burrito sounds great. Is that what chorizo sis? Because I know Dinky uses Italian sausage and hot Italian sausage, breakfast sausage. Yeah, Pee Wee's probably sitting there thinking, what the hell am I playing? You see, that's why I was telling Dinky that I'd like to get a full tablet to play this on because I really like these games. I mean, I miss Cafe World. When they dissolved Cafe World, I vowed never to pay any more money on these games like on Facebook after that. 23. Well, let's just replenish the corn dogs then, too. I think corn dogs are cheap. I haven't mastered hot dogs yet. Here we go. 1 minute for corn dogs. Yeah, here we go. We'll just make up some corn dogs. I'll check my pizzas. You have approximately. Damn it, I don't want to talk to that person. 1,800 pizzas. Cool. That'll be fun. So I got corn dogs making now. Chorizo, potatoes, and egg burrito. Oh, okay, so that's it. See? That is a scam. Yeah, you see? That's what I said. It's purely a scam. She probably turned up her volume anyways while she's cooking. Pee Wee's an awesome cook. Same with Dan. I'm an awesome cook too. Probably Sister Pee Wee probably thinks I did a half-ass job of not using milk, but we're very, very stingy. Man, I don't have money to go get milk. That's why I joked with Pee Wee the other day when she was generous to send me the I shouldn't say this, but I will. Generous sending me the 6 cans of soup. I told Pee Wee in a previous thing that powdered milk would have been used a lot more at the end of the month. I got plenty of powdered milk anyways, but still I'm running low on that because Chloe doesn't know how to manage money properly. So at the end of the month, I'm always using powdered milk, but it's life. 1 minute for corn dogs. Yeah, it's funny. It's funny. Real corn dogs, when you buy it in the box, takes about 15 minutes to cook. Here in this game, takes 1 minute. Then you put it out. It's like 2 minutes for a pizza, unless you're microwaving the damn thing. And then microwave, they still say to microwave the pizza, put it in for 5 minutes. I mean, literally. So to me, I think it's funny. But like I said, I'm not trying to ask for anything from anyone. It was just my thought was to you all was how am I supposed to supply myself with stuff I need for the house? You know, I mean, they took away layaway. That's the damn problem. They literally took away layaway. I've not seen any place that does layaway anymore. That's one thing I was telling my aunt. I'm too damn old fashioned. So, oh yeah, exactly. I agree completely. Say, my mom and I used to go to the fair yearly. Man, I love the corn dogs and I love the hot dogs. She always loved the chili burger. She always had to get the chili burger. She said her stomach would give her problems, but she always loved the chili burger for some reason. And the corn on the cob. She always had to have the corn on the cob. You know. There was another fair favorite she liked. There was one other, I think it was something or other, but they had some really good food. And I'm telling you, it was delicious. you know. And those corn dogs are great. It's like I love a good hot dog, you know. And that's the thing, you know. What's funny is, right? I'll tell you a story about food. Now, Pee Wee's probably gonna be like, "Uh oh." The thing is when it comes to food, right? I'll buy a box of corn dogs, right? Or 2 boxes if they're on sale, or 3 boxes, or 4 boxes. Anyways, great. The wheel came off. I don't know where the hell the wheel went. I think this time around. Oh, it's right here. So I'd buy a box of corn dogs or 2. I wouldn't get any of them for myself. You see, Chloe would turn around, right? Whatever I wanted, I'd say, "Oh, I'd like some brat burgers." She'd go and get me brat burgers, and then she'd buy herself some on my dime. Then I'd be like, "Oh, corn dogs are a tail. I'd like several boxes of honey flavored corn dogs," right? She'd be like, "Oh, those are, you know." It's like anything I want to eat, she basically throws a fit about. So I try not to even eat anymore. Like the other day, I went into the freezer and found a corned beef. She's like, "Oh yeah, corned beef." I mean, literally, it was like I'm in there. I cleared up the freezer. I did everything. I checked it out. 3 turkeys, 2 hams. Transferred a ham in here. Transferring this into there. Corned beef brisket, flat cut. Her answer? "Oh yeah, corned beef. Oh yeah, we're gonna eat great." Who's the one that bought the damn corned beef? Pee Wee knows that answer. I mean, literally. Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, yeah, we both know that one. But yeah, I mean, literally, you know. And then claims they're always tired after going to the store. I mean, literally. I mean, no offense, I'm not trying to talk shit about her, but thing is, if you're gonna basically buy your own groceries, you should basically be able to eat your own groceries, except expecting, you know. I mean, jokingly aside, okay, I was asking the day I told her to get the fuck out because I was actually angry and I wanted her out, and I still do. I said to her, I said to her, "What? Do you think the world owes you?" And she's like, "Yes, yes, I do. I go out and go grocery shopping, so you should pay for me to go get your food. So I should pay you to get my food. And then you're gonna fucking eat it." At least she didn't touch any of my fucking steaks, you know. But I gave her a little piece to see if it tasted right, you know. But otherwise, it was like, you know. And so to me, I mean, she goes to the food bank, right? She always takes the fucking uh canned pears, right? She always eats them first thing, right? Eats the pears, and he stockpiles black beans and then never use them. I rotate them out like once a month. I'm like, these ones are bad, throw them out, you know, or eat them up. And, you know, she'll just, you know. So we got as you can see, the pantry's full, and, you know, we got stuff on the bottom and stuff. And I want, you know, I mean, I can make black bean soup, you know. The problem is she freaking sits there and takes things that she won't use. I mean, I'm learning right now boil eggs, fried eggs, scrambled eggs, throw them on ramen. I want ramen. But you know what? I ate 9 ramen meals in 3 days, and I was like, I wrote my letter to my aunt and my cousin Dinky last night. Too damn no energy. I mean, how would you feel if you had no energy? You're like feeling like a blob, you know? I mean, that's how I feel. And people say to me, "Oh, well, it's your ramen you're eating." Well, yeah, eat 3 days. One guy said he had no energy after day 3 himself. He said he was happy as hell when he got away, I mean, to me, that's fine and dandy, dude, but still, to me, it's like, had no energy, so last night I made a steak. No, yeah, exactly. Her mama didn't get raised right either. I mean, literally, you heard the whole Christmas incident, right? Where she basically she left here late thinking she could take a later bus. Emergency alert. Excuse me, I don't give two shits about a Amber Alert from fucking Yakima, you son of a bitch. Get off my damn screen. I hate that. We're in Friday Harbor, 300 to 400 miles from Yakima. Yeah, we got an Amber Alert. Like, I give two shits about a fucking Amber Alert from fucking Yakima. I'm not in Yakima, so why the fuck does it matter to me? But anyways, that's people say, oh well, you should have some sympathy. I have sympathy for the kid if there is an Amber Alert, but I don't give two shits if it's coming from Yakima. But bottom line is she basically threw away every chance. Chloe's afraid her mom's gonna put her in a group home. So instead, Chloe takes the last bus, right? I don't think Pee Wee's heard the story. She did. Well, I'll reiterate it. So Chloe basically gets up early. Mrs. Gets up early, right? And then loafs around the house, cleans it up, does whatever she wants. And then, right, and then I tell her, you better get to you get down there early. You have to be there by 3 to check it. Oh, trucking light. So what she do? She takes like the 4 something ferry, the 4:15 or something, right? Calls me, calls me on her phone. Oh yeah, anyways, I got off the ferry. I'm waiting for the bus. Gets on the bus. Bus takes her to March's Point. That's the park ride. Gets off of March's Point. I call her and say, I don't think from the schedules, I can't read the schedule correctly. I don't think you're going to get to the other ferry, right? The other bus takes you to Everett. Oh, yeah, I will. Well, meanwhile, Dad, Poppy, me, and Colleen, that's Chloe's mom, by the way, we're on Zoom. I said, I don't think she's going to make it. I gave her links and everything. She's like, oh my God. Calls up Chloe's like, oh, yeah, I'll make it. I'm going to have to pay $300 for a cab. What'd she do? Pulls in, gets off. It's like 7:50, 7:20, 7:20, 7:30. Bus already left 15 minutes before. She's like, oh, is there another one? Nope. That was the last one, the 90X. Calls her mom. Her mom's like, I don't want to hear this shit. Just get down there. It's not, So what's Chloe do? Goes into Greyhound. No, we don't have any buses. It's a Christmas holiday. We don't have anything for 4 days. She's like, oh, I'll change my ticket. And then mom's like, because I paid for the ticket. I paid for it on my own money. And so she basically goes and she's hanging out before taking like the 8 something or 9 something. Last ferry's like 10:15 or something. So she's loafing around and she talks to a cab and tells the cab about the vouchers. They won't take it. Calls this place, doesn't take it. Calls another place that won't do it. Calls up the Anacortes thing. Says, if I come into Anacortes, could you pick me up, take me to the if I get cash, I have like $190 on my card. Can you give me Everett? Nope. Not going to do it, even if you have 190. She says, can you take card? Nope. Can I pay you in cash? Nope. So she calls her mom up and says, I can't make it. Her mom, of course, knew I paid for the airfare. Round trip. Chloe had a $300 hotel room covered for her for the night with a shuttle that takes her direct to the airport. Chloe's mom turned around Pee Wee and said, listen here, you little shit. Rita paid for it. Rita told you to take an earlier ferry. You said you could get down there in time. You didn't read the time? Well, instead, who got the blame for it? Me. I said, look, if you get up at the 8 o'clock ferry, you could be in by 3 p.m. down there. Everything was set. What did she do? She took the 4 o'clock ferry. The question is, between you and I, Pee Wee. Oh, my corn dogs are done. Do you think she did it on purpose? Poppy thinks so. So she wouldn't be, she was offered to free rent, free medical, you know, free rent, free medical, free car, 2018 top of the line, free everything, right? So, free electricity, free farmhouse, grandparents' farmhouse, everything. All she had to do was watch the families, farm and dogs, while they were on a cruise. Didn't work, you know, didn't work. What happened? Mom emails me and says, I don't want to hear from you or Rita or Chloe for a while because I'm pissed. You warned Chloe. Chloe blames you. She says, I don't want to hear this shit right now. I'm upset. Her mom has a right to be. So, as Dad said, did she do it on purpose? Now, I don't know who you are, someone. So if you're gonna post this crap on my channel and you're not gonna explain things, then moderator Pee Wee will remove that off the comment. Excuse me, I gotta use the bathroom real quick, or I will remove it. All right, let me see. Let's see. The Way Out, Larkin Rose. Well, guess what? I don't know Larkin Rose, and I don't plan to. So, um, I'm going to remove this. Removed by me because of. Yeah, well, I took care of it. No, excuse me, the wheel came off again. See, that's the other thing. I said to myself, I need to buy a new chair, and I can't even buy that. In this day and age, I'd like to discuss eventually economics, politics. Yes, we know she's making breakfast. Dan, we know that's you. You're pretending to be Pee Wee. No, you're better pretending to be yourself on your channel because we know your username, but using Pee Wee's name, you can't pretend to be your wife. No matter jokingly if her clothes fit, you can't become a Pee Wee. Sorry to say. I know I'm trying to be a smart ass, but still, he's probably chuckling on the other end. You can't just put on her clothes and basically say you're Pee Wee. We all know that Pee Wee's volume's up probably, and Dan's answering. So but I hope Dan gets the joke, because once in a while I'll throw a humorous joke out there. Ugh. Yep. Great. They're still talking about the damn fishing rod. Yeah. Hmm. See, learning all about those. Oh, see, even Dan basically bit at that. That's funny. But then again, we're just having a little sense of humor. It's one of those days where I'm supposed to work on a couple of projects, and I'm just like, whatever, you know. I can't figure out how every time I turn around I'm making more money than I'm bringing in. I mean, the vending machines are already full, so I don't get it. Oh yeah, that reminds me. How many corn dogs do I got? Nope, not nearly enough still. Corn dogs. Corn doggers. My husband used to talk about sticking the corn dogs in. He had a sense of humor. I miss him. But yeah, one of the things I want to talk about, with Pee Wee here is when she gets back from breakfast, probably eat and watch the show at the same time. I'm kind of boring because I'm playing this cafe game, passing a little time too. But I don't even know when Chloe went to fucking bed. And that's the thing. At 5 in the morning, I didn't hear her stir. So sometimes I wish Chloe would just freaking, you know, well, I don't know. I'm not violent, so. Well, yeah, that reminds me. I need to move some stuff around. So let me see. Can I move my refrigerator around again? I hope so. Actually, I might move my refrigerator around when I get more room. They want like what? How much do they want for the next upgrade? I think it's about 1.5 million or something. I can't remember. They're always saying you need to spend so much money, because I wanted to put out another stove. I'm always trying to do that. Here, let's see. 1.5 million gold, yes, and I have 1. I have 800,000. I spent 1 million yesterday upgrading it once before. It wasn't easy to get it, but secret is just to stockpile stuff that's huge amounts. More corn dogs coming up. Then I could send out the taco truck. Let's see, I need appetizers. Oh, there we go. So the only thing I need left is my corn dogs to be filled. Then I gotta make, what was it, pizzas again? Was it? Did it say something? Or is there appetizers in general? Let's see. Muffins, rice. These are like, ugh, they're like really doing a number on the requests. They like want high profile stuff, and it's like I can't just give in. First, it's the taco truck you fill, then you do your online orders, which your online orders are a pain in the ass by itself because sometimes they ask for things that take 15-minute intervals. All right, so we got corn dogs ready to load. There we go. Send the taco truck out. Bonus gift, great. There he goes. Delivery truck went out. You've gotten something else and more experience. Okay. Then they say you have something new to fill. Collect tips, mop the floor, and cook vegetable dishes. Yeah. So I gotta cook vegetable dishes. Well, we can do that. It won't take too long. Just choose some mushroom things. The mushroom things are pretty easy. Since I already have, 20,000 mushroom things, you can just add more to it. All right. So we go over to this. I think mushrooms are here, right? Ranch beans. Or is it here? Oh, that's for 30 minutes. That's 5 minutes. Where's the mushroom things in? I know there were some stuffed mushrooms. Mushroom omelet. Oh, here we go. Portobello mushrooms. Just freaking stuck those there. There we go. See? 10 minutes. I can leave this for 10 minutes and I don't have to worry about it now. Double tips. Whatever. Don't care for double tips. Don't care to follow it, Anyways, Pee Wee's gone again. It's for almost 5 hours. So, once Pee Wee leaves, I'll leave too. I was telling Mark earlier before he just disappeared. That if anyone wants StreamYard besides Mark, I could do it for the $25. But if I'm doing the $25 StreamYard plan, then I better have people coordinate with me with a daily planner so I can plan the time slots carefully. So, for example, Mark wants mornings, I'll do mornings. Dan wants in the evenings, I'll do it with Dan. Pee Wee wants to join, which is highly unlikely. I'll do it with Pee Wee. Chris wants times, Cam, I'll do it at his time slots. The thing is, as long as it doesn't infringe with my sleep, I'm willing to do it, But then again, either Pee Wee's son called back or they're eating, so they paused it again. And you know me, I just don't like waiting around all day because it's 5 hours, So, I do get bored. I mean, why do you think I do my game or other stuff? My forum, my dip, my coffee, my, whatever. And there's a lot of things in the world you can do, It just depends on what you're doing. I could browse eBay for all we know. Ooh. Look at this. Saw a report someone was saying something that was pretty good. Yep. Someone asked me if I had what do you call it? Um, ADHD, because I'll be standing around, I'll be like, oh look at this, and then I'll go look at it. People will be like, she's weird, I mean, one minute I'm doing something, ooh, not bad. You don't see those every day. I'm just gonna, you know. Yeah, so you get these people, and they're just sitting around, and they sit there and they ask me things like, "Oh, well, how come you're sidetracked?" Well, I'm not really sidetracked. It's more of a thing, Let me see. Oh, not interested. Now this. Yes. Like this, I love this. You know, sitting there, I'm looking for certain things, and you look at it and you look at these pricing on eBay, right? And you think, oh yeah, this is great. I want one of these. These are perfect, and and you look at them, you think about it, and you look at it and you see these pricings, right? Used, new, etc. And you think, yeah, it looks nice, but deep down, you look at it and you think to yourself, why would I do this? This is too expensive. It is really expensive. People say to me, that's where you get the pure ripoff artists. They turn around and they expect you to plunk out so much money, for whatever. And to me, it's like way too much money for something used. And so to me, it's like expensive. It's like, oh, that's why. Whoops. They might be. So basically, they turn around, and these people, they're like, you buy a new fly rod, right? You can get a new rod, a Chinese made piece of crap for like $198. Then you can get a complete kit for like $389. And you're like, cool and dandy, I like fishing. And then you turn around and you see some hobo Bill Bob guy turn around, and you look at, like, let me show you an example. I was browsing something yesterday, right? And okay, here we go. Catalog for 2013, right? Now, let me put it to you this way, okay? Now, I'm always looking at Winston rods, right? So I was just looking at these ones, right? This one here, the 3SX, right? 2013, it was going for $795. $795, right? That's a lot of money. But this is 2013. This is 9 years ago. You guys are gonna say, "What's the point?" I'll tell you the point. I was browsing. I used one of these right now, going for $849 on eBay, mind you. So I was like, skip it. Then I was looking at this one. The 4 to 6 weight was going for $895. These guys are saying that these are now $1,050. You know, like I was reading about this, right? These two models, the 3X and the 3SX, they have these new ones. They're called the Winston Pures. And apparently the Pures are a lot faster than the 3SX, right? The Pures came out in 2017. 4 years later, and and then they have the Winston Airs, which apparently the Air is a lot slower than the Boron threes and 3Xs. But people still are like, So I asked the people, what is the range for it on the forum of pricing for these? It's whatever you pay. Thing is, some people say they're not worth that much. People on eBay think that people are going to buy it because they're hard. Now, this one is what I've been looking for. So I contacted my fly rod guy, and I asked him specifically if he can get me a 5 and 4 weight of these, used, mint condition, not damaged, the cork's not dried out, etc. And apparently the people are saying that these rods are amazing, but at the same time, not many people are parting with it. So this one here, I was just browsing today, $1,300. So I posted something, and and the forum guys are like, it's not worth it. I mean, literally, it's not worth it. I mean, literally, if you're going to be buying a rod for that cost of money, then you better damn well basically. Oh, okay. So I got my what was it I was putting on? Oh yeah, mushrooms. So they were like, oh, you need to put your mushrooms on. Fine. So the batch of mushrooms went up. Didn't I just complete the mushrooms or? Cook and serve tiramisu. Send gifts to friends. 32 friends. Fine. I'll just send out the gifts then. Free potions, anyways. Usually they give me junk, anyways. I was hoping for a speed potion, but a bulk potion, I should say.
How's your cafe going?
Fine.
Are you okay?
Yeah.
I'm just getting some fruit to eat, and I'm gonna take it back there to eat so you do your video.
Alright, cool. Got some more stuff. Now I gotta clean my stove.
I'm gonna take a shower soon and walk Moppy.
Alright, so it's telling me I need to check my orders real quick. Alright. Oh yeah, the truck's already done, so I just don't remember what I'm supposed to be cooking. It said something about vegetable dishes, but when I did it didn't show anything here. Tiramisu. That's a dessert. Bet you that's a long one too. Tiramisu is 3 hours, so yeah, I really don't want to do tiramisus right now. I like these. Oh yeah, see, that's what I need right there. Fish, snacks, and snacks. Yeah, well, whatever. At least I get some free experience out of it. So, let's see. Crab macaroni and the fiddlehead carbonara. Meatball spaghetti, 1 hour. Alright, so I guess this is what we'll do is we'll just plug this in and let that cook by itself, but still. Oh, which reminds me, I want to see the news real quick. That was something I was curious about. Yep, and since we have no one viewing, I can just loaf around. President go, Oh yeah, look at that crap. You guys are sitting there and no one's watching. So you know what I'm gonna do? I'm going to put this in like this, plug it in, and then we're gonna discuss some other business. Alright, give me a second. Pee time. What are you eating? A banana? You take him out soon? Surprised you had banana for breakfast. I'm just wondering why. Yeah. I had a banana this morning too, but I knew it didn't taste that good. It didn't taste like a Chiquita banana. I thought it must taste like Mexican banana. It said made product in Mexico. That's fake. Those Del Monte bananas taste a lot better. Wow. Yeah. Oh yes, the plantains. Plantains are really good if you get a hold of them. Well, Pee Wee and I were talking about corn doggers earlier, weren't we, Pee Wee? We were talking about corn dogs, how tasty they were. Fortunately, it seems Pee Wee's disappeared. I'm getting kind of bored, anyways, without no comments. You know how it is. Anyways, I don't even know what to talk about. So, I know she was making breakfast and then, late breakfast, She also said something about she's been sleeping more due to the fact that she's trying to stay away from cigarettes, which is a good thing. Me, I don't know what to do today. It's one of those loafing days, I can sit down and write my letter, I can have a cup of tea, I don't know. do some stuff. I still got to eat. I got one steak left. The ham, it's one of those days. I'm just like, bleh. And I had plenty of sleep, so I don't know why I'm I think I'm tired / bored due to the fact that there's no comments. And 5 hours is a long time. People say, "Oh, 5 hours is a long time." It is. However, I got this little guy here. What are you chewing on, huh? Your foodsies? You chewing on your foodsies, huh? You want cuddles? Want kissies? He doesn't want cuddles or kisses. He just wants to eat his food. I like watching his mouth and his nose. They say bunnies don't sleep. I can't figure out how bunny doesn't sleep. Hey, Boom Boom. You know what? He knows he's loved. Right, Booger? He's got his little ears going out, and I don't know.
There you go. Here's your phone. I forgot about this.
Oh, you gave me my phone back after 2 days? Ooh, this is cute.
Well, I didn't realize I had it. You gave it to me yesterday. For food bake.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Well, tomorrow's Memorial Day. We're in a 3-month era of summer. Oh, until Labor Day.
No, sometimes I think that there's too many,
What is there too many?
so many trannies out there are, so many trannies out there that, I don't know how to say it. I can't figure it out. They shouldn't be on Instagram. I mean, literally, you can tell they're male, yet some of them you can't tell. And, that's the problem in this damn world we live in is we can't tell who's the men and who's the women anymore. And to me, being who I am, I'm very disgusted with it. I mean, I'd like to see Chloe's dad not pass and have a 5 o'clock shadow and walking down the street going, "I'm a real woman." He's got a 5 o'clock shadow.
What if some man wants to see a beautiful woman, looks at a beautiful woman, and every single picture shows the same tranny over and over again. She posts like 1,000 pics saying, "Beautiful, sexy teen woman," and they're posting these. And they look ugly. They're posting these awful pics, these weird.
Then the guy would realize that what he's looking up is a former dude that doesn't pass. But the ones that do pass, there's the problem. They deceive men to the point that everyone doesn't like it. I mean, literally, look at the crap they get. I mean, literally, the thing is it disturbs me. I mean, my father-in-law is like, "Oh, well, you're not going to accept." No, I don't. I don't have to accept anything. I mean, my opinion is my opinion. There's got to be a limit. Literally, let me put it this way, okay? And by the way, there's this Republican out there. I just saw a news article today that was really good. I'm not going to go into politics because Chloe won't shut up about politics. This guy said he wants to get Congress on board and the Senate to ban just AR-15s. He said if an 18-year-old can go and buy an AR-15 and go on a killing spree in school, it's time we take away the AR-15s. Then what? One guy turned around and said, we can't ban guns because of 2 reasons. Constitution, and 2 is, what are we going to do? Oh, hi, Joe. You can't buy that gun because you're 21. You got to be 25 now. And then Mass shooting happens at 25. Oh, we're going to move it to 32 or 30 and then 30. Where's the limit? When they're like, sorry, Grandpa, you can have your gun at 80 now.
I'm going to shoot up this damn place. Wait for this for my whole life for 60 years. Die!
I mean, literally, the point is that's infringement. I mean, literally, banning the AR-15 might be a good idea, but you ban the AR-15, you got to go ban handguns. I mean, what's next? In today's law, everyone gets a musket. I wouldn't mind a black powder pistol. I mean, but you pack it wrong, it blows up. You pack the black powder pistol wrong. No offense. Don't bring up anything about black powder pistols. Say about certain peeps. You would pack it wrong, it blows up. It blows up in your face. There you go. So one of the things I'm looking for is David Pedersoli. Now, David Pedersoli is a great company out of Italy, I believe it is, and and he makes black powdered pistols. Now, you guys could sit there and say, "Oh, that sounds cool." Well, there is several that I think is really cool. It just depends on what you're looking for. Me, I find the black powder pistol to be one of the most best pistols in the world if you get one that works. And I sit there and I don't say things like, oh, that's pretty bad or this is pretty shitty. There's the Philadelphia Derringer. Philadelphia Derringers, the first Derringer was a small black powder pistol with a lead ball, and the lead ball basically turned around and was used on Abraham Lincoln. That's what it was small enough, But I found the you got the flintlock and the percussion. The flintlock's interesting, but the percussion's a lot better, But one of my favorite things that I've always been in love with is the Kentucky pistol. The Kentucky Maple pistol is is a beautiful.
Puppy! Fine, I'll check what's out there. There isn't anything out there.
I mean, literally, I've always been in love with the Kentucky black powder pistol. I mean, the black powder and the Navy pistol is pretty good, The thing is they're very beautiful, Harper's Ferry is not bad too if you like that, but I prefer, the Kentucky pistol, you know. See, you know. So, that's the thing. I found the Kentucky pistol to be like, the reason that you can buy them outright is even if you get the black powder, the thing is, they're easy to use, but you need to know how much powder to put in. Otherwise, it's basically, Hmm. Hmm. So basically, that's the thing I was saying. I've always liked black powder pistols myself. That's why I've always thought the Kentucky pistol was a beautiful, beautiful pistol. Myself. So, you know, but it is what it is. It's just I like the black powder Kentucky state Kentucky pistol. And that's something I've always liked. Flintlock or percussion cap. The thing is if these dillwads are going to turn around, right, and complain about, hey, we need gun control, right? I made a joke to my father-in-law a while ago, and so I turned around once, right? I told my father-in-law, literally, I said to Dad that if we're going to be doing gun bans, then I'm gonna just give everyone a freaking black powder pistol and musket. I mean, literally. I mean, back in the day during the 1776 and 1775 and some 1787, when our 13 colonies ratified the Constitution, it was firearms. It doesn't mean firearms as in the rights to bear arms shall not be infringed, right? Well, if you want to take the Second Amendment for its legalese deduction, and you want to break down the word by word, shall not be infringed, right? Let me look up the Second Amendment because I'm going to basically do a play on words just for you all who's watching this, right? So let me look up the Second Amendment, the Constitution. Here we go. I'm looking up online. As well regarded militia being necessary to the security of free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. Okay, so a well regulated militia. It doesn't say anything about Joe Blow walking down the street with a gun. So if they wanted the Supreme Court wanted to do it, they'd say the word militia and then highlight it, being necessary to the security of free state. So I was talking to my cousin a while ago, and he basically didn't want to hear it. He's saying a militia doesn't mean, the militias were taken away. Now the militias are governed by the Army National Guard. Okay, so let's just take out a well-regulated militia gone. Being necessary to the security of a free state. The National Guard's there, so we take all that out. The right to the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. So let's just strip it all and say the rights to bear arms shall not be infringed. Back in the day, during the 1770s, 1775, what is the rights to bear arms? Well, back then, there were swords, there was muskets, and there was knives. So what if the Supreme Court turned around and said, see, what they were doing the other day with the 14th Amendment, right, was they were doing a play on words. They were literally saying, look, back in the day of the 14th Amendment, there was nothing about Roe versus Wade, right? What if they turned around and said, back in the day when the founding fathers made the Second Amendment, it applied to muskets. So we're not going to infringe your rights to own weapons. We're going to infringe your rights to, you can't have a Glock. You can't have a 1911. You can't have whatever. I mean, swords, knives, spears, axes, clubs, bows, crossbows were there, but very rarely used. And muskets and black powdered pistols. They could basically break it down and say this is what you get because that's what the Constitution says. But to these fucking fools, they think the Constitution meaning says that they're entitled to fucking drive down the road and a fully armed, fully loaded Sherman tank. Sorry to say, it doesn't work like that. You see? So then they say, well, you can't infringe the rights to bear arms. They can't. If they say the arms is see the way they can backdoor this, plain simple. If I'm playing devil's advocate here. Okay, Supreme Court says, oh well, Roe versus Wade doesn't exist in the 14th Amendment. Okay, so if you're going to take away Roe versus Wade, I'm turning around and saying the Second Amendment doesn't apply because it's for militias. Because you already have an army and national guard, let's just strip it all and say the American people have a right to bear arms that shall not be infringed. Okay, cool. But they can turn around and interpret it as the Second Amendment as muskets, black powder pistols. But I know if Pee-wee's watching, so Dan, they're going to tell me, don't give them any fucking ideas. I'm not giving them it. They can turn around and get muskets, axes, swords, chain mail, plate mail, leather mail, clubs, bludgeoned weapons, maces, battle axes. I mean, I wouldn't mind walking down the street and seeing someone waddling along with a 25-pound warhammer. I mean, come on. I mean, literally, the rights to bear arms shall not be infringed. They could say the rights to bear arms won't be infringed. So what could they do? Look at other countries. The other countries don't have the rights to bear arms shall not be infringed. So if they turn around and say, okay, well, our rights are being infringed, we can't have the AR. No, they can turn around and say the AR is not the right weapon for this because it's mass killing. Literally, the rights to bear arms was basically the black powder. Give me a second, I can use the can. I'll be right back. Damn, I'm pretty damn good. That was an interesting concept I just had. Basically, I read the Constitution, Second Amendment. You do know, if they say the 14th Amendment doesn't apply to Roe versus Wade, they can turn around and say the Second Amendment doesn't apply to modern weapons. Giving everyone the rights to bear current weapons, like what was back to the 1700s.
So you think Supreme Court wants everyone to use old-fashioned guns?
Well, maybe that's the only way to stop the killing.
They're like, we've ruled that the only guns this country can use are old guns.
Yeah, the military is the ones that use them.
Yeah, they still use the modern ones, yeah, but the people use the older ones.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Or what about they said that you can only use bow and arrows and crossbows?
That's what I just said too. They could say if you walk down the street, you right bear arms could mean you're walking down the street with a warhammer. Probably.
The sword?
Yep.
Don't give everyone swords.
Basically, I don't want to be a rude, prude person here, everyone, but that's something I wanted to come up with you all, And that's the thing. The Second Amendment says the rights to bear arms shall not be infringed. Well, if the rights to bear arms shall not be infringed, that means that they can turn around and walk down the street with a warhammer. Now, of course, they probably put in some skeptical or criticalness, saying something like, training for the warhammer, anyways, I gotta get going soon. I'm getting kind of tired of being loafing around. And there's some things I need to think about, but I can't think about it. Chloe's in the shower for the next hour. I'm just gonna get off, take the dog around 3 as usual. The dog, that thing, I took him out this morning when I got up. But still, it's sad that Chloe basically likes to keep the dog pinned up in here like an animal. And, he's a little doggy, but still. It's like she's punishing everyone for whatever reason, And to me, I'm just getting tired of doing this video for 5.5 hours when no one's around. I have things to do. But right now I have nothing to do. I had breakfast this morning, so I was like, ooh, yeah, breakfast. Now there's no breakfast, and I'm wondering what the heck's next on the list. Moppy. Hello, Moppy. Yeah, he's looking at me. So cute. He's just sitting there in the blue chair looking at me like he's a good little dog. He could, I don't like when he has a haircut because he doesn't look like my baby. He looks like a fresh new doggy. But comments are petered out. You know what? I'll just put some music in for a couple minutes again. You guys are really boring me this morning, peeps. I mean, literally, I'm not going to do any dip right now, yet there's no one's doing anything or saying anything. And, that's what I said about the thing, but, no one's going to watch this long. Yes. So, anyways, like I said, I might log off soon and call it a day. I got business to do, some other stuff. So, I got some work to do on some spreadsheets eventually. I also got to do some other stuff. But I'm losing my motivation right now because there's no comments, And I know Pee Wee said she had to wait for her son to call, so I know where Pee Wee stands there. But still, it's the way it is, you know. And I have work to do, but I'm also not motivated because you know, people, you know, have other things to do. So, with zero people, in almost 6 hours, I just can't do it all day, every day at 6 hours when there's not enough comments, So I did the early morning edition, figuring Chris and Mark and Higgins and Pee Wee and Dan and others. But I can also sit down and work on my diary and um, enjoy myself in my life, with other things instead of focusing just specifically on you guys' YouTube. The news isn't that good, anyways, right now. And last time I checked, the news articles sucked donkey dick. Chloe's gonna go get my Sunday paper. That's $10. Look at this. This is a woman dies and a husband dies of a heart attack and gets millions. I mean, literally, it's sad. So, anyways, I got this work I got to go through on this website, copying some information I needed, and I'm going to put it on a spreadsheet. And then I'm going to start recalibrating my watch list so I can start watching reviews. It's going to be a big project coming up with 400 video reviews, but I also got to write some time for um, my letter writing today, for my family. You know, that's one of the hobbies I have. And frankly, it's something that keeps me going. So, anyways, like I said, everything happens for a reason. And, for me, I'm getting to the point where I am just flat out right waiting for something that ain't coming about fruition wise, waiting for something. So it kind of bores me to no end, that I'm just sitting here listening to music while waiting for something to come up. And I know Pee Wee's got my prayers, but Pee Wee should also know that um, I base everything on comments too. And when the comments peter out, my rule is I leave. And with it coming up to 6 hours, I'm just going to full in the whole 6 hours and then go that way. Because I can. And then, I will yeah, so I'm gonna watch some documentations. You know, watch a couple videos, etc. Because I'm getting to the point where I'm bored as hell. There's nothing to literally watch. Um, yesterday's video. Hold on, yesterday's video. Oh yeah, 528's video was 525. So I have to recalibrate it. I don't know why it was that one was different. Hold on. Oh, there we go. So, yeah. Anywho, like I said, there's no one watching this, and it's kind of boring the hell out of me. So I'm thinking, like I said, to leave. Maybe I'll watch the little TV while I think. The doggy's still in my blue chair, but I don't want to bother the doggy. But um, I'm gonna email Pee Wee real quick with a quick question, and then I'm logging out. Because I can do that. All right, so I just sent Pee Wee a quick email. Higgins ain't around. He would have basically messaged by now some Chris. So basically, what I'm going to do is I'm going to log off. Okay. Now, if any of you guys want another video or something, just let me know. Otherwise, I'm out. I got other things to do that's more important than, like for example, I got my letters to write, and I got my TV to watch, and I got a bunny to kiss. Yep. To know if your bunny's always alive, just check their nose. Gotta put some more hay in there too. So we got 5 days left to payday. So, hopefully every day gets us closer. So, anyways, oh yeah, and I need to check on that thing eventually. And I'm getting to the point where, today's one of those lazy days, anyways. But as I send to Pee Wee, I got to uh, I hope I didn't upset her. I know she was waiting for her son, so her son's got my prayers. And Pee Wee knows I get Pee Wee's prayers and Dan's prayers anyways for the issues with Chloe. But my thing is, I got to do something that's more creative right now than sitting on my ass. I can watch a couple shows. I can read, I can watch some stuff, I can write some stuff. There's plenty of stuff to do. So, like I said, I will be back if you guys want me to, but I'm not going to waste my time right now because I'm getting bored. I mean, if you don't know, I'm bored out of my gourd. Okay, that's the bottom line. I am bored shitless. With 11 minutes, almost 6 hours on, there's a lot of other things that can be done. Like dishes, watch TV, etc. So that's it, everyone. Please, and subscribe. Please post comments. Please leave feedback, suggestion. Hit the like, subscribe button. Wholesome funny for your family, including your dogs, your cats, your bunnies, your service dogs. Thanks for watching, everyone. And keep the comments nice as always, asking. God bless you in everything you do.